The following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Call to order the March 7th meeting, quasi-judicial meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I would ask that you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to adopt an agenda. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This council needs to go into closed session, so I would entertain a motion by someone to go into closed session.
Oh. Pursuant to GS 143-318A1 and 3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the town and our attorneys and to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by GS 143-318-10E.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. I'll say that hopefully this won't take long, maybe 5-10 minutes max. Or not, hopefully. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll now go into closed session.
I love it. You always read the motion.
We'll reconvene our quasi-judicial public hearings at this time, and we have 3 quasi-judicial hearings for this evening. As a reminder to those in attendance, even though we are in the council chambers, an evidentiary hearing is more like a court case. Counsel acts like the judge and can only accept evidence that is competent, material, and substantial. The North Carolina and United States Constitutions give the applicant certain due process rights in an evidentiary hearing that the counsel must comply. The law governing conduct of quasi-judicial hearings has been evolving over time, and the courts have increasingly emphasized the restrictive nature of this decision-making process. The North Carolina Court of Appeals recently said a quasi-judicial hearing is a judicial proceeding and not a legislative function. It is not an occasion to revisit the zoning or permitted uses of a property. Council members' personal or policy preferences are irrelevant and immaterial. I want to repeat that again. Council members' personal or policy preferences are irrelevant and immaterial. Because of the Constitution protections given a property owner, council can only make its decision based on the evidence presented. We will consider competent material and substantial evidence from anyone who testifies. By law, only people qualified as expert witnesses may speak about whether this development will affect property values and whether it will increase traffic resulting from this development, will pose danger to public safety. To those who are with us this evening intending to testify that are not qualified as experts, we can only accept testimony from you on factual issues and what you have observed, not your opinions. Our contractual attorney is sitting to my left. He will help us determine what evidence we can consider. The applicant presents evidence showing all approval criteria have been met. The council can only deny their request if competent materials, substantial evidence to the contrary has been presented by an expert witness. The hearings and procedures and detailed rules are attached to the printed agenda. So we'll move to our first hearing. Cary Solis, 18 DP 0654. This case is before us tonight because the applicant has proposed to develop more than 100 units. All speakers who would want to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by Mrs. Strickland, who is sitting to my right. And at this time, we'll pause to allow those individuals who would like to speak at the public hearing to approach Ms. Strickland and receive their oaths, and council will pause until this has been completed. At this time, I'll ask council members if they've had any site visits, expertise communications, financial relationships, specialized knowledge, or close relationship to an affected person to disclose. Starting on my left with Mr. Urha.
I have not, Mayor.
I have not.
Ms. Bush, Mr. France. I have not. Mr. Smith, Ms. Robinson,
I have
Mr.
not.
George. All right, very good. Based on the disclosures you've heard from our council members, at this time I'd invite any party to this matter if they have an objection to a council member's participation in this hearing. Seeing none, we'll continue, and I'll open the quasi-judicial public hearing. And Ms. Cassie Schumacher-Georgopoulos of our staff will introduce this hearing.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Our first case this evening is from Terwilliger Pappas.
They are seeking development plan approval for a 240 unit multifamily development along with 2 modifications. The first modification is for a parking reduction of approximately 30%, and the second is a modification to allow for more than 2 parking bays between the building and the rights-of-way. The proposed development, Cary Solis, is on a 12-acre site within the Alston Activity Center, located at the northeast corner of McCrimmon Parkway and Highcroft Drive. The undeveloped property is bordered by Panther Creek High School to the west, Hillstone at Alston Center to the north, and the Bexley at Panther Creek to the south. The property directly east is currently vacant. The development plan, again, is for 240 units. It's for a multifamily development on 12 acres of property. And approximately 2.3 acres of the site to the east is reserved for future. The proposed development is located in the McCrimmon neighborhood of the Alston Plan, and based on the Alston Plan, office, commercial, and residential uses are all allowed. The site features include public art at the intersection of McCrimmon Parkway and Alston Glen Drive, as well as in the entry plaza of the development. Alston entry columns will be at both intersections along McCrimmon Parkway, and a raised intersection along Alston Glen Drive is provided to slow traffic and facilitate pedestrian crossing. Common open space and proposed amenities include the entry plaza, a dog park, a pool and courtyard area, a fire pit and outdoor patio space, and an open space and nature walk at the corner of McCrimmon Parkway and Highcroft Drive. An underground sand filter system will be used to treat the stormwater and is located in the southwest corner of the property. The architecture of the 2 buildings is a traditional style with an A-frame roof line. The exterior materials consist of cast stone and cementitious siding in gray and white tones. And the bedroom types for the apartments include 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. 2 administrative requests have been approved as part of the development plan. The first modification is for grading within the streetscape along McCrimmon Parkway to allow for the road widening. The applicant will replant the streetscape to meet a 30-foot wide Type A buffer along McCrimmon Parkway. The second modification is for a median break to allow for a full movement intersection at McCrimmon Parkway and Alston Glen Drive. The median break proposed does not meet the current requirements to have a minimum of 1,200 feet between the median breaks. The applicant is proposing approximately 1,000 feet of spacing, and staff and NCDOT have determined this to be acceptable and feel that it will result in improved traffic distribution in the area. 2 additional modifications are being requested tonight for Town Council's consideration. And the first is for an approximate 30% reduction in parking, so reducing from 551 required spaces based on the LDO to 386 spaces, which are proposed as part of the development. And the second is a modification to allow for more than 2 bays of parking between the buildings and the rights-of-way along Highcroft Drive and McCrimmon Parkway. And this will allow the building to front along Pine Perch Street and mirror the Hillstone development to the north. This concludes staff's initial presentations, and following the applicant and other speakers, I'll return to summarize staff's observations. Thank you.
This time we'll call on the applicant's attorney to present arguments and evidence in support of the application by addressing the applicable approval criteria.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, in this case, Terwilliger Pappas. Here with me tonight, we've got 3 different experts, as well as the founder of Terwilliger Pappas. Peter Pappas is here as well in the event you have questions about the development. Seated to my left is Mr. Ross Massey with Stewart Engineering. They've provided engineering and land planning associated with this plan, and he will cover the meat of what we are presenting. Also here is Mr. Todd Noel of Noel Consulting. He will provide testimony with respect to the parking reduction that has been sought. And finally, Mr. Earl Llewellyn of Kimley Horn and Associates has provided traffic expertise related to the project and will discuss traffic impacts. Before I hand it over to them briefly, Cassie's done a great job of describing the nature of the request. It's for a 240 unit apartment community on roughly 12 units. A couple things I want to point out. As Cassie mentioned in her initial presentation, it's unusual to have 2 parking bays between the road and the buildings, but that really was the initial design plans had buildings that fronted on McCrimmon Parkway and consultation with the staff, as you'll hear from Mr. Massey, we believed that addressing Pine Perch with the buildings fronting on Pine Perch created a better kind of streetscape for the Alston area, and so that is the nature of that modification was as a result of a collective agreement that this design was probably a better design in the way that it addressed the Pine Perch Street as opposed to McCrimmon Parkway. Again, the parking reduction is something you're seeing in a lot of multifamily developments, especially in this area, with the amount of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units that are being delivered in this community. So, with that, I will call Mr. Massey up to talk about the evidentiary standards.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ross Massey. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. I also lead the civil engineering practice for Stewart in the Raleigh office, and I've been the engineer of record for the Solis project. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the approval criteria for the project. So specifically, we believe that the project complies with the land development ordinance. So we've worked closely with staff since as early as like March of this last year. And so we've gone through a number of rounds of review that's included at least 6 submittals up until this date. And so the amount of outstanding comments with staff is very minor in nature. And so anything that would be major has been resolved through the development review process. Moving on to review protections of properties in the vicinity of the project. So that we've taken careful consideration as to how the project is sited. Specifically, we worked through the process of siting the buildings such that those would provide a frontage onto Pine Perch and create a pedestrian scale street network within the Alston plan. Because it's difficult to front buildings on all sides of the property, we've also provided a 30-foot streetscape that's going to be planted to a Type A standard, both along Highcroft Drive and McCrimmon Parkway. And then, in addition to that, we've provided garage units along the McCrimmon Parkway frontage. So the features to provide a sense of place for the project, we've provided the entry plaza and also the raised intersection. So this area is intended to provide not only an aesthetic pleasing area for the site, but also as to act as traffic calming for the area. So that's going to protect citizens and pedestrians in that area. In addition, we've created a park-like feature at the southwest corner of the property. This particular feature is intended to kind of soften the views from that intersection with a nicely planted and mounded area. We've created a more direct pedestrian route through that area too as well. So collectively, we believe that these improvements will work to protect the adjacent and nearby properties. Further, I'll talk about harmony and unity. So we've designed the project to be consistent with the Alston mixed-use overlay district, and so so this particular project meets all the requirements within the Alston plan, except for the modifications that have been requested. So you'll notice that the residential buildings are pulled away from McCrimmon. That's the result of the fact that McCrimmon is a major thoroughfare through the area, and so it's difficult to kind of create the type of urban design feature that you would for a large thoroughfare feature. And so the buildings fronting on Pine Perch actually achieve kind of a more framed street from an urban design point of view. Also by having the buildings along Pine Perch, it frames the street for the pedestrians that are going to use that route, that are going to be kind of walking from east to northwest to northeast, some southwest to northeast to the retail areas within the Alston plan. So in addition, so this provides for harmony of the development by making sure that the appropriate use is orientated appropriately. Further, I'll talk about safety conditions for pedestrians and motorists. So the plan includes a sidewalk network which allows pedestrians to navigate the community really along all the streets, but also through the property. Yeah, there we go. So in this slide, you'll see what's highlighted in pink are the pedestrian routes through and around the site. You'll notice that there's a larger fuchsia line that goes through the site, which is intended to provide a more direct route for pedestrians from the Panther Creek High School and areas to the west to access the retail areas to the northeast. You'll notice the other pedestrian linkages that are there would provide that access but are less direct. And so this was a collaboration with ourselves and staff to help meet the pedestrian needs for the area. In addition, you'll notice that there's a commitment to fund a pedestrian hybrid beacon along this corridor with McCrimmon Parkway, and that is intended to enhance the pedestrian safety. Got it. So I'd also like to point out in this particular slide here as a close-up, we've worked with staff to improve the crosswalks in this intersection with Highcroft Drive and McCrimmon Parkway. So we've added on the north leg and the east leg high visibility crossings for pedestrians to enhance that safety feature. And again, you see this close-up of the more direct route for pedestrians through the site. So this particular slide here highlights the network of streets that provides access for vehicles. And so what you'll see here is what's a connected grid. This grid provides for multiple opportunities to relieve congestion. So now I'll talk about emergency services. So we worked with staff and the fire marshal to kind of review this plan for fire access, and all the drive aisles and radii for the access points have achieved their acceptance for adequate radii and access for their fire vehicles. Now I'll talk about the modification request for the more than 2 bays of parking. So as you know already, it has been a challenge because of the configuration of the site to front buildings on all sides, and so we've chosen to prioritize what we think would be the highest use for a pedestrian street, and then we've chosen to provide plantings with the type A planting standard to kind of protect the vehicle corridor along the thoroughfare. So this particular orientation we think is pretty positive for pedestrians in creating that urban feel and fabric, and then kind of transitioning more towards the highway side. We have the plantings, and because of the building placements having to front one of the properties, it's made it difficult to front buildings on all the sides, but we've made an attempt to address McCrimmon with our garage structures. And then what you'll notice too is in the orientation for the parking, we've worked to kind of establish green spaces within the parking areas to provide for enhanced planting. And so these areas also will help soften the views from that direction to from this southwest. So ultimately we think that this should be provide a great experience for pedestrians to move through and around the site. So I'd like to conclude my remarks with the fact that we think that the plan complies with all the requirements of the LDO, including chapters 7 and 8. The plan also addresses and protects adjacent properties, both from adverse effects and visually. The plan is consistent and harmonious with the development of the Austin area and the nearby properties. The plan provides safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists and provides safe ingress and egress for emergency vehicles to the site. Also, the requested modification for more than 2 parking bays for the plan will result ultimately in less visual impact to the adjacent properties. Together, we feel that these requests meet the goals and the intent of the LDO. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. If no questions, I'll turn it over to Earl Llewellyn, our traffic engineer for the project.
Slight curveball, we're actually going to call Mr. Todd Noel as our second witness to talk about the parking reduction.
Hey there, my name is Todd Noel, Noel Consulting Group out of Atlanta. I was here previously, I think, speaking to the same similar topic, different project. I'll talk to that in just a second. Get back to the right picture here. I am, to recap, a real estate consultant, do work with private sector, public sector clients. About 75% of my work is private sector, 25% is public sector. We work all over the country, from New Hampshire to Florida, to Seattle to actually Hawaii. I was about to say San Diego, but I'll go further than that and say Hawaii. And we've been around for about 10 years. Celebrated our 10-year anniversary a couple of months ago. And I was a real estate consultant for another firm for 14 years before that, so I'm getting long in the tooth, so to speak. We were asked by Terwilliger Pappas to take a look at parking needs for this project, conducted analysis a few months ago, and looking at this. Recapping, the project's about 240 units, mostly 1 and 2 bedrooms, a little over half, I think, will have less than 2 bedrooms. The LDO requires about 2.29 spaces per door per unit, or about 551 spaces for a project of this size. We conducted an analysis and took a look at a number of different factors. Demographics of renters in Cary and competitive or analogous projects, the market audiences who are fueling demand. We talked to the leasing managers and got a good sense of who went into different types of units, who were the audiences for 1 bedrooms, for 1 dens, for 2 bedrooms, for 3 bedrooms, and really understood who was going into these different unit types. Talked to them about their parking utilization, parking needs, and then came up with an estimate from that of how many parking spaces we need. We came up with around 386 or so parking spaces. That's about 1.61 per door. That's about a 29.7% reduction from the 551 required in the LDO. And it's very much in line with what we found next door at the Hillstone. That was about a 30% reduction that you guys granted them previously. And looking back, I think I talked to you guys last time. I talked a little bit bigger picture trends, but felt like the ordinance, the LDO, was a little bit high in terms of the parking required for multifamily units. Indeed, I went back and looked at the U.S. Census and looked at number of cars owned per renter household, and it came out to about 1.5, 1.52. Owners in Cary specifically owned about 2 per door. Per household, so to speak. So that 2.29 is pretty significantly higher than that. Given the unit mix, given the size of the project, we feel like something more along the lines of 386 spaces or about that 29.7% reduction is more appropriate. And I guess to put the ribbon on that, professional opinion is that the 386 parking spaces, or about 1.61 spaces per door, does meet the needs for parking at the site. And I'm open to answer questions, should you have any.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Mayor, we'll call Mr. Earl Llewellyn of Kimley Horn to speak to the traffic side of this.
Good evening, Earl Llewellyn, Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm a traffic engineer with 30 years of experience in the field. We prepared the traffic study for this project. First of all, we worked very closely with your staff as well as NCDOT to confirm the technical assumptions and the study area, and that analysis has since been approved by both parties. As a result of that study and further conversations with town staff, the project has committed to the following traffic mitigation measures: construction of an additional westbound through lane along the project frontage here on McCormick Parkway, terminating as a right turn lane into Highcroft Drive. As Ross mentioned, the addition of high-vis crosswalks on the northern and eastern legs of the Highcroft-McCrimmon Parkway intersection. Construction of a full movement intersection here at Austin Glen and McCrimmon Parkway, providing an eastbound left turn lane and an exclusive right turn taper in this area. While this full movement intersection certainly serves the site well, it also greatly enhances access into the Rex development to the south side of McCrimmon Parkway. In addition to these improvements, the applicant has committed to make a $75,000 payment toward installation of a pedestrian hybrid beacon. I think that was shown on another slide here, the general location to be determined by staff and NCDOT in the future. I've lost the slide.
You hit it.
Here we go. With the site being here, approximate location somewhere between the school driveway and Highcroft. This beacon will go far to greatly enhance circulation of pedestrians and the safety of pedestrians crossing McCrimmon Parkway. And as I said, that location will be determined by NCDOT in the town. Therefore, it's my professional opinion that the proposed layout and committed elements mitigate traffic congestion impacts reasonably expected to be generated by this project and will help improve pedestrian circulation and safety. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you.
And actually, Mr. Llewellyn, before you go, if you wouldn't mind just briefly describing for the benefit of the council what the pedestrian hybrid beacon is and how it functions for the pedestrians themselves. Sure. That would be great.
They're also referred to as a hawk signal. I think there's actually a couple of in town right now and one proposed. They act as a typical mast arm traffic signal, overhead traffic signal, that are actuated by pedestrians only. So where you would typically have cars on the side street acting to get one phase and the main street to get one phase, it's a phase for the main street of McCrimmon Parkway, or it's the pedestrians getting that time. So they are protected by that signal just as a side street intersection would be. And then when it's not activated, the signal goes dark.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that is our last expert in support of the case. I would ask the council to accept into the record copies of the staff report as well as the attachments thereto, and that the council take judicial notice of the contents of the town's land development ordinance and other adopted plans. And in conclusion, would submit that we've satisfied our evidentiary burden to demonstrate that the ordinance standards associated with this plan approval, including the 2 requested modifications, have been satisfied, and we would respectfully request you all's approval of the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. At this time, I'd invite speakers who have been sworn in and which speak in support of the application to approach the podium one at a time. Anyone to speak in support? Okay. Does any party wish to cross-examine any speakers? I'm seeing no. And so now we'll open the hearing to those opposed to the request. As a reminder to those testifying, you must limit your testimony to facts that you know. The applicant's representative has the right to object to your testimony. He or she may object while you're speaking. They have the right to do that. Our contractual attorney sitting to my left will help counsel to determine what evidence we may consider. Anyone to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, we'll continue, and I'll call on staff to provide professional observations about the requests.
So as noted earlier, the proposed development is located in the McCrimmon neighborhood of the Alston Plan. And this area is intended to be a mix of retail, office, residential, and civic uses. The character and scale of the project is similar to the multifamily components of Hillstone to the north and Alston Village to the northwest. The multi-story building set along the northern portion of the property meets the intent of the Alston Plan and provides an appropriate transition from Alston Town Center commercial area to the north to the lower density residential in the southern portion of the Alston Plan. So 2 additional modifications have been presented tonight for council's consideration. The first request is for an approximately 30% reduction in parking. Parking for the 240 units will be in surface lots located along McCrimmon Parkway and Highcroft Drive, and the plan provides 386 parking spaces, which equates to roughly 1.6 parking spaces per unit. And the LDO requirements would be for 551 spaces or roughly 2 1/4 spaces per unit. The request for the parking reduction is consistent with other multifamily developments in the Alston Plan and other multifamily developments in Cary. The second modification is to allow for more than 2 bays of parking between the building and the rights-of-way in order to meet the intent of the Alston Plan, which is for the buildings to front on streets internal to the site. In this case, to allow the buildings to front on Pine Perch Street. So staff feels that pulling the buildings up to front on Pine Perch Street enhance the character and the pedestrian experience for both this development and the adjacent Hillstone at Alston Center development. So as noted before, pulling the Cary Solis building up along Pine Perch Street and matching what is happening across the street at Hillstone creates a better pedestrian experience and more protected pedestrian experience in this area. The sidewalk network is consistent with the LDO and the Alston Plan requirements. There are multiple points of pedestrian access to the property to facilitate pedestrian circulation within the property, as well as connections to the surrounding neighborhood. And as stated by the before by the applicant, they have committed to 3 roadway improvements. The first is the additional travel lane on the north side of the McCrimmon Parkway to provide the additional westbound through lane, and this is consistent with the Cary Community Plan and the MOVE chapter. The second is for the left turn lane to construct the exclusive eastbound left turn lane, on McCrimmon Parkway. And the third is the dedicated payment of $75,000 for design and construction of a pedestrian hybrid beacon to provide safe pedestrian crossing over McCrimmon Parkway, close to the intersection of McCrimmon and Highcroft. The hybrid beacon design and installation will be managed by the town, so they'll make the payment and the town will manage the design and the construction of that. The location is still to be determined by NCDOT and the town. And so just to illustrate what the pedestrian hybrid beacon looks like, this is a local example recently installed on Evans Road in Cary. And this is closest to the intersection of Evans Road and Weston Parkway. And this was part of the Crabtree Creek Greenway extension. So just to give you an idea of what that looks like. So to recap, tonight Council is reviewing 2 modification requests. So for the parking reduction and for allowing more than 2 bays of parking between the building and the rights of way, and then as well as the development plan against the 6 approval criteria. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask if any party or council member believes new evidence has been presented this evening that requires a continuance of this hearing. No. Saying no, we'll begin the deliberative phase of the hearing. Open it up to council members for questions or comments.
Question.
Ms. France.
The applicants committed $75,000 for the installation of the pedestrian beacon. Do we have a rough estimate of what the actual cost to install that will be?
Staff has said that the cost will be $75,000.
Okay,
we'll
so they are covering the cost.
Complete.
Okay.
Yep.
A question. We talked about Pine Perch, which is that road in between the 2 developments right there. It also mentioned that it's a private road. Could you give us more information about that? Who manages it? Which development manages it? You showed a picture, or somebody showed a picture with, I don't know, 4 lanes, but it looks very narrow. Could you give us more information about that?
Sorry. I'm going to ask Kevin Hales to answer the question. Excuse me.
So that's a 2-lane private street that was part of the Hillstone apartment complex that was approved in the previous years. The intent was that that road be shared. So there's a strip of land that's actually on the Hillstone property that the 2 property owners are working together to provide pedestrian access to that road. What you'll notice on the cross section is that the Cary Solis is set slightly farther back, and that's because there's that little strip of land that actually Hillstone still owns, and they're going across. So it's on Hillstone's property. Ultimately, it's their responsibility to maintain it since it's a private street. There may be a private agreement, and Mr. Barron's client may be able to speak to that as whether or not they're going to cost share or that. We don't know.
So it's not completed all the way to Highcroft, correct? So is that who behind Perch isn't, right? At least not in this picture. It is in the development plan, though.
Pine Perch is being built by Hillstone, which is under construction currently. It's not all the way open yet.
So it will go all
So it will go all the way to Highcroft, correct. It does not go all the way to the corner down to McCrimmon. There's another retail development that hasn't come in yet, but it will also connect up and through to 55 and to Austin Town Center, ultimately.
So is from a standard road perspective, will it have its private streets? Will it have curb and gutter? Will it have sidewalks on both sides? Will it meet our normal, expectations for a street?
It will have curb and gutter. It will have sidewalks. It follows the Austin plan has its own cross sections, and it follows the residential cross section for with parallel parking for the Austin.
So it looks like there was a cross section picture that was presented. Does it look like that, or is that a concept?
What your cross section of?
Because that's showing much wider than you said.
Is that parallel parking you said?
You're seeing you're talking about the 4 lanes. You're seeing the parallel parking where there's parallel parking on. So there's 2 travel lanes, and then there are portions of it that have parallel parking on both sides. That's why you're seeing 4 cars.
Okay. So it will look like that. That is the
cross section, and probably not showing the actual topography, but that is the cross section.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Oh, just quickly, I have a little question for staff. I mean, this is right next to a high school, and I know a lot of high schools have spillage of parking going over. What opportunity does the developer or the person who's managing this apartment complex have in keeping high schoolers from parking in these spots? I mean, we're now seeing approval of a reduction in parking spots, which could make it even a little bit zanier. Because high schoolers are going to come over and try to park here.
I think ultimately that management falls to the property manager, and maybe Twilliger Pappas can talk more to that, because I think that there are several options here, whether it's signing or towing or providing their residents with hanging tags that identify residents that park there. But ultimately, I believe that would fall to the property manager.
I'm sure, but I was just wondering if there was some consideration for that, since we're looking at a reduction in parking spots.
Sure.
Mr. George.
Just one quick thing. Is the upper left-hand corner in the design, which is, I go upper left-hand, I guess it's the northwest corner, is that a dumpster area?
Yes, that's the dumpster location.
Okay. Okay, just we got narrow things coming off a private street and limited parking, and it seems to me like they've having driven a dumpmaster truck. That's not where I would want to have to go all the way through the parking lot to turn around and come back and get a dumpster. I just want them to look at that, because we have to get calls when somebody scrapes somebody, or they're going to blame the town if somebody's car gets scraped in a parking lot. It's a hard place to get to for a dumpmaster truck over that corner. That's all.
Other questions or comments? Okay, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I'll open it up to council members for a motion on the proposed development plan and modifications to the development standards. Anyone want to make a motion?
Okay. I make a motion to approve the modification request. For the reasons discussed, I move that we approve the modification request made by the applicant, as the request meets all of the approval criteria of the applicable sections of the LDO.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. And if everything's in order, Mr. Silverstein, I'll close the public hearing.
Sorry, we have one more motion.
One more motion. I haven't closed the public hearing yet. We're waiting on that second motion.
Is that the one on the back page here? Okay. For the reasons discussed, I move that we approve the proposed development plan with conditions as stated below, as it meets all the approval criteria set forth in section 3.9.21 or L, I'm not sure, I'm sorry, Aye. One of those of the LDO. This approval is conditioned upon the following. The applicant must satisfactorily address all remaining Development Review Committee comments on the master plan set submitted for signature.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now I'll close the public hearing. Thanks, everyone. We now move to our second evidentiary hearing. Andy's Frozen Custard at Twin Lakes, 19 DP 0004. This case is before us tonight because the applicant has requested to add a drive-through to an approved plan. As I stated earlier, the law governing the conduct of quasi-judicial hearings has been evolving over time, and the courts have increasingly emphasized the restrictive nature of this decision-making process. If the applicant presents evidence showing all approval criteria have been met, the council can only deny the request if competent material substantial evidence to the contrary has been presented. The hearing procedures detail rules are attached to the printed agenda. All speakers who would like to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by Mrs. Strickland, who is to my right, and at this time we'll pause to allow those individuals who would like to speak at the public hearing to approach Ms. Strickland to receive their oaths, and council will not take any action until this has been completed.
It's hard to get away from them.
Private streets. Private streets. I know.
At this time, I'll ask council members if they've had any site visits, expertise, communication, financial relationship, specialized knowledge, or close relationship to an affected person to disclose, starting on my right with Mr. George.
Have not.
Ms. Robinson.
Have not.
Mr. Smith. I have not. Mr. France.
No.
Ms. Bush.
No.
Mr. Yerhoff.
I have not.
All right. If anyone has heard any, pause, start over. Based on the disclosures you've heard from council members, I'd invite anyone to the podium at this time if they have an objection to a council member's participation in the hearing. Seeing no one, will continue, and I'll open the quasi-judicial public hearing and recognize Kevin Hells of our staff, who will introduce this item.
Thank you and good evening, council. This is a quasi-judicial hearing on a request by Leyland Twin Lakes for development of a second drive-through use in the Twin Lakes Center development. The request also includes a change to the conditions added to the development plan last time it was before this council. Twin Lakes Center is part of the Twin Lakes Planned Development District and located at the intersection of Davis Drive and Airport Boulevard. The shopping center is currently under active development, with most of the site work nearing completion and the framework for Building A being erected. Overall, the project is about 22 acres, making up most of the mixed-use portion of the planned development district. There are a few other developments underway or recently approved in the surrounding area. The Overture at Twin Lakes project lies immediately south of this project and was recently approved for development of 189 age-targeted multifamily units. Savon Subdivision and Franklin at Carpenter Park will add additional residential units to the community farther to the west. Town Council has seen this project twice before, starting in July of 2017, when they approved the original sketch plan for this development. Staff subsequently approved the construction plans in April of 2018. Then in October of the same year, Council approved a reduction to the size of the main anchor for the shopping center. At that time, the condition being changed was added to the plan, requiring reductions in building sizes to be paired with commensurate parking reductions. Tonight, the developer is before Council asking to reduce the size of the original freestanding restaurant building and modify the condition mentioned previously. The anchor tenant for the development is at the northern end of the shopping center and is currently a 103,000 square foot single tenant building. A large surface parking lot and Chessway Drive separates this building from the remainder of the development, located in 3 buildings at the southern end of the site, identified as buildings A through C. Building A is a 19,300 square foot multi-tenant commercial building with a pedestrian plaza located along the northern and eastern facades. Building B was originally envisioned as a 6,000 square foot restaurant. continuing the pedestrian plaza along its eastern frontage. Building C is a 3,000 square foot commercial building with a drive-through lane oriented toward the signalized vehicular entrance to the shopping center. This was determined to be the most logical place to permit a drive-through use if such was determined to be appropriate. The major focus this evening is the reduction in size of Building B. The applicant has proposed a number of changes to the original layout of Building B and the surrounding site. Most notably, the size of the building drops from 6,000 square feet to 1,650 square feet, shifting the building to the western half of the building pad. A new drive-through lane is added, wrapping around the building with access from the parking lot side. 6 parking spaces have been removed from Hatches Pond Lane along the east, allowing a shift in the pedestrian plaza to accommodate the drive-through lane and better align with the plaza along Building A. A new pedestrian crossing of Hatches Pond Lane will improve access to the gathering space located just off the plan to the southeast. As mentioned previously, the applicant is also asking to modify the condition added to the plan last time it was before this council. The condition has 2 distinct parts, the first of which defines a threshold for administrative approval of minor changes in building sizes. And this portion of the condition remains unchanged. The second portion of the condition requires a commensurate loss in parking spaces if any building sizes are reduced. The current wording applies this proportional reduction across the entire shopping center, and this is the portion the applicant wishes to amend. The applicant is asking to add language restricting the tie between parking and building size reductions to apply only to buildings north of Chessway Drive. Currently, there is only the single anchor tenant building located on that portion of the site. This concludes staff's introduction to the case. We will return to provide observations on the proposed revisions following the applicant and any other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. As soon as I find my place. There we go. At this time, I'll call on the applicant's attorney to present arguments and evidence in support of the application by addressing the applicable approval criteria.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe. I'm the land use attorney that's representing this applicant. This modification is to add a customized drive-through on a plan that's already been approved twice by this council. This plan is subject to the Twin Lakes PDD and its specific design guidelines, which expressly allow this lively restaurant use and specifically anticipated drive-through uses on this site. Now, as the mayor stated earlier, the question for council tonight is not whether this council likes drive-throughs or likes this tenant. The question before you is whether this plan, with this uniquely designed drive-through, designed to promote pedestrian activity, minimize safety issues, and promote the principles in the Twin Lakes PDD, is supported by competent material and substantial evidence on the 6 factors in your LDO. This is the approved plan as it stands today, and the factors you'll see on the screen, you'll also see in the plan that's before you tonight. It has the same concepts which were consistent with the design guidelines and approved twice by the council, including walkability, connectivity to open space, and orientation to Hatches Pond. Both plans that were approved by this council included drive-through use in Building C, which is the building on the edge there just north of the label Holly Creek Road. Both of those plans were approved by this council. The applicant was then approached by Andy's Frozen Custard to occupy Building B, which is the building directly to the left of Building C on your screen. And you'll hear from representatives tonight about how the specific design of this building and this drive-through is customized to their use and is appropriate and invigorating use along Main Street that will activate Hatches Pond Lane. Yes, we are modifying 0.71 acres of this 21-acre parcel to include a drive-through, but we're doing it in a way that's safe, attractive, and unique, and complies with all of the Twin Lakes PDD design guidelines. The request tonight breaks down into 3 separate areas. It adds the drive-through use with a walk-up window, which you'll hear about in a minute. It provides a smaller building footprint, and it seeks to correct a parking resolution in order to clarify its original intent in the way that we believe the applicant and the staff intended. You'll also hear from witnesses about each of these changes and the benefits that were achieved in combination with those changes. On the screen to your right is the plan modification. To the left is an illustration of how a special feature of this plan will look when brought to life, and that's a raised platform that's within the drive-through and allows pedestrians to cross from the gathering area to the walk-up window in a safe and predictable manner for both pedestrians and vehicles. As you listen to the evidence on the 6 factors in LDO 3.9.2i, I'd like you to recall the mayor's statement at the beginning of this hearing and the quasi-judicial nature of this, because it means that the applicant has a right protected by our state laws to use its property as long as it establishes each of these 6 factors with competent material and substantial evidence. And we'll do just that tonight. I'd like to call my first witness, Mr. Howard Kaufman.
Good evening. So I'm Howard Kaufman, a principal with Leyland Alliance. We're the developer of the site. Leyland's address is 62 Main Street in Warwick, New York, but I now live in Cary. My wife and I moved here last year to be near our daughter's family, and just coincidentally, I'm close to the project, which helps too. We're enjoying all the great amenities Cary has to offer. We particularly love the Cary Theater and the Cary Arts Center. I'm very happy to be before the council, and I do want to give our sincere thanks to your staff for working with us on this project over an extended period of time. They motivate us to work harder and have helped us make Twin Lakes Center even better. In all of our projects, our goal is to create great places that people will enjoy, whether they come to live, work, or play. As you may recall, one of the themes of our plan was to orient the mixed-use portion of the project toward Hatches Pond, which you can see in the slide in front of you. That's actually the stormwater pond. The actual Hatches Pond is to the left of the stormwater pond, and you can see how the buildings are facing the pond, the woods and the pond, as opposed to Davis Drive. You know, Hatches Pond is currently largely a hidden amenity, and we're trying to open it up and really take advantage of the natural beauty that it offers by creating this walkable Main Street adjacent to it. And it will also be adjacent to a future greenway, which the town plans around Hatches Pond. We think Twin Lakes Center will draw people away from the convenience of online shopping to a place they can enjoy with family and friends. Now, since Wegmans was approved, we've signed leases with a variety of family-friendly tenants, including restaurants and a pediatric medical practice. And we think Andy's Frozen Custard will be a perfect complementary use. It will appeal to people of all ages and bring out a lot of folks to enjoy a frozen treat and have a stroll along Hatches Pond. Also, just to the south of Andy's, as Mr. Hales mentioned, Greystar has received site plan approval for their Overture product, which is a 55 and over rental housing. So there will be a few hundred empty nesters, steps from our shops and stores, and the future greenway around the pond. As you may recall, as part of the site plan, we dedicated greenway easements to the town, and we are constructing access entrances from the project down to the future greenway so that local residents can walk or bike along the greenway and then enter our site in several places. We're also committed to making the buildings at Twin Lakes Center architecturally attractive and compatible with one another, which is required by the design guidelines, section 1.7.1c. So Andy's and the other buildings will have compatible, high-quality design elements. Steel for our first building is going up right now, and on the next slide, which I'll just advance to, you can see a rendering of that building on the right side of the page. In summary, we know that the addition of Andy's Frozen Custard will be a very welcome addition to Twin Lakes and will help us fulfill our overall vision to create a strong sense of place in a mixed-use, walkable community. Thank you, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I'd like to call our next witness, Mr. Greg Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Greg Anderson. I am the franchisee for Andy's Frozen Custard and have the development rights for the state of North Carolina. We are the prospective tenant of Building B. I have over 19 years of experience operating restaurants in North Carolina. including 15 Panera Bread cafes in the Triad. We currently have 2 Andy's stores in North Carolina and 9 stores nationwide. Andy's as a group has 70 locations currently, which obviously makes it much smaller than McDonald's and Bojangles and many of the other restaurant chains.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Anderson as an expert in restaurant operations.
Okay. Andy's product is frozen custard, an old-fashioned product, and our stores are customized to reflect that particular use. Our design principles cater to families in a simpler time, from our service system to our uniforms. The plan highlights several key features which sets this building apart from other drive-through restaurants. First, we use a smaller footprint. We only need 1,650 square feet because we just serve custard. Many national chains will require over 3,000 square feet, but our plan has about half that area. Second, we feature walk-up personal service, so the plan includes an outdoor ordering window. Very few other drive-thrus have walk-up service, which narrows the pool of possible tenants even further. Third, orders are placed to a person at the drive-thru window, and that person delivers your custard at the same window. There is no separate order window. This prevents long lines of queuing at separate ordering windows. Fourth, we do not use microphones or drive-thru announcers for our placing or for ordering, so there are no outdoor speakers associated with placing and delivering of orders. Finally, due to the nature of our dessert product, the hours are not busy in the mornings, increasing activity in the afternoon, with the early evenings being our biggest day part. On your screen, I believe, the photo on the left shows customers using the walk-up windows and menu board. I think the menu board can be seen right there, just a little bit of it. And then you got 3 walk-up windows across the front of the building. The image on the right is the rendering of the current design for Building A next door. We understand that the building will have to be compatible with Cary's design standards and guidelines of the PDD, and are committed to doing this during the building permit review process. We're used to changing our designs to meet the requirements of the jurisdiction. For example, we did this recently in our Concord, North Carolina store, where we used 2 different types of brick to meet the city's requirements. Next slide. Yeah, there you go, thanks. I would also like to illustrate the customized drive-through. The picture on the right is the design for Twin Lakes. Here you can see the written menu board, which is actually right there. Then customer will speak face-to-face to an employee who takes the order at the window, which is the drive-through window is actually over here where the red vehicle is. Customers can also place their orders at the walk-up windows, which are across the front of the building here. Because we have walk-up service, we know pedestrians will need to cross the drive lanes at some point, and we take that into account in our design. The gray area is typically asphalt, which is all this area here. But the white area, which actually starts over here and goes through there, is specialty paving ramped up to provide a crosswalk from the walk-up windows to the gathering areas, which are all over here in this section here. We have used a layout similar to this in our Kirkwood, Missouri store, shown on the left. key point here is the buildings, patio. Every car going through the drive lane will have to exit right here, and this is the crosswalk we're talking about to another patio area.
Ms. Schwedler, can I, sorry to interrupt, is anything that's being discussed at this time or the specific use a condition of this proposal?
It is in that the design of the building will have to be customized to that footprint that you see, that the menu board is in the loop.
So everything that's being talked about right now is conditioned?
Yes, as far as the layout on the development plan.
And Mr. France, I was going to object at the end of his testimony to the relevancy of continuing to reference it as an Andes, that it would be frozen custard. Those are things that are not conditions, but the layout that you're seeing is what they would have to build. Also, there is no provision for speakers, you know, how am I trying to say it, Kevin?
Amplified? Your typical amplified.
Right, amplified. There'll be no amplified menu board, you know, that kind of thing. Ordering, that's not on the plan, so they're not allowed to build that.
Okay.
But in terms of the user and the product that will be sold from the store, that's not a condition. And also, earlier in Mr. Kaufman's testimony, the fact that there are family-friendly tenants in the other building, that sort of thing, you all know that those are not conditions. Yeah.
I didn't want to waste anybody's time going through all these specific details for things that that only Andy's frozen custard would do. We're not considering them as, you know, it's not conditioned to be an Andy's frozen custard.
And that's correct, but I think the point is that this customization of this drive-through cannot be repurposed for many other fast food tenants. And as his experience comparing their specific use, there aren't other tenants that can use this small of a footprint or have just an ordering window without some other window where you speak into a microphone. So those plan elements are conditions of this use, and I think can be taken into account by the council to the extent that it can be any tenant, but any tenant that would have to fit this footprint and the specific nature of the development plan elements.
Okay. Just continuing, we have used a layout like this in Kirkwood, Missouri. That store is shown on the left, and as I said, everybody will, exiting the site, will leave across the pavement and cross the walkway. We've read the staff's reports, concerns about similarities to outdoor malls where you anticipate cars and pedestrians and account for this in our design. We have never had safety issues associated with this design, nor conflicts between pedestrian drivers. The Concord store I mentioned is also next door to another drive-through, and we have had no safety issues with two drive-throughs next to one another. Based on my experience operating restaurants for the past 19-20 years, especially several with similar designs and drive-through features, this plan is designed in a way to promote safe interactions between pedestrians and vehicles, and we're excited to bring the world's best custard to Cary. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson? Thank you.
I have a question. I more directed at you. When you introduced the speaker, you said this is an expert witness. What makes it an expert witness? Just that you've been in the business for 16 years? 19 years. 19?
He testified.
Are there certifications? Are there things that, you know, I know people have been on the council for many years. They could be construed as expert witnesses and things. So my question is, just because you're in that career, does that make you magically an expert witness? That's the question.
Under the standards for quasi-judicial hearings, an expert could be based on their education or their experience. And so in this situation, it's under his experience.
Just wanted that clarified.
Thank you. You can still be an expert, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to call our next witness, Mr. Bob Zumwalt.
Good evening, everyone. Bob Zumwalt from McAdams. I'm not normally called an expert, so I'm going to enjoy this. I'm with McAdams, 2905 Meridian Parkway in Durham. I have a degree in landscape architecture from the University of California at Davis. I'm licensed in North Carolina, and I've been practicing landscape architecture and site design for 25 years. And McAdams did perform those services on this project. I've worked extensively with the LDO, and I'm familiar with the requirements of the Twin Lakes PDD and its design guidelines.
And at this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Zumwalt as an expert based on his experience and his education in site layout and design.
As you may recall from the sketch plan, the Twin Lakes Master Plan specified the general concept for the MU2 parcel. It encouraged predominantly one-story buildings, a large retail building toward the Airport Boulevard, and retail and office buildings toward Hatches Pond and the southern portion of the site. It also identified 3 access points from Davis Drive and Airport Boulevard, along with surface parking to support these uses. The overall layout, access, positioning of buildings, as well as the streetscape design, buffers, sidewalks, greenway connections, didn't change from the prior approvals. These aspects are all the same, still consistent with the PDD. The Building B area shown here is the only area that is changing. Oh, let me go that way. There we go, circled there. The use itself remains the same. Restaurant was allowed under the existing approved plan and the table of uses in the PDD. The proposed building size and square footage mix also complies with the PDD. It contemplated a maximum of 250,000 square feet of retail and up to 4 restaurants with a maximum of 25,000 square feet. The proposed plan would decrease the size of Building B, reducing the overall restaurant square footage to 8,650, which still complies with the maximum building square footage of any individual building. Thus, the layout and the concept of the overall plan remain consistent with the PDD. The PDD did not mention or require that a drive-through be located in any particular location on the site, so it is a matter of the design and the integration into the project. This slide illustrates the approved plan side by side with the proposed plan. There are 3 changes I want to talk about. We reduced the size of the Building B, we added the drive-through, and we added the gathering area in front of the building, just across from the overlook area, in the area that would have otherwise been building and parking. We've eliminated some parking in order to add a crosswalk, making access to the overlook safer and more accessible to pedestrians. And I just want to touch on each of these separately. The first change, reducing the building size of Building B from 6,000 to 1,650. As you can see on the screen, on the left, the approved plan. The original plan included a standard box building at the time with a concrete sidewalk in front of the building between the building and the angled parking on Hatches Lane. The new plan on the right reduces the building footprint and replaces it with a large 2,025 square foot gathering area adjacent to Hatches Pond Lane. You can see that out in this area. It also has an additional about 800 square feet of gathering area in here, in and around where the walk-up window is. This reduced footprint still satisfies the maximum square footage required for restaurants, maintains the orientation toward Hatches Pond, it orients parking to the sides of the building, and it maintains a presence on Main Street by incorporating the gathering area along the frontage. This is all consistent with the PDD and the guidelines. The site is designed to provide safe and attractive path of travel from the parking areas on either side through down the sidewalks through the gathering area and directing people up to the walk-up window along Hatches Pond Lane. It's accomplished by a continuous sidewalk. You can see a continuous sidewalk on either side collecting the parking. Decorative plantings and fencing separating these walks from the drive-through lane. And then a decorative paving area with bollards across the drive-through lane itself, directing people across the raised platform and through the stacking lane. These features combine to satisfy the intent of creating an orderly progression from parking to sidewalk to building entry. Second change, the addition of the drive-through. It's important to point out the guidelines specifically contemplated drive-throughs and that vehicular travel was the primary means of accessing the site. This is spelled out here in 2 of the important parts of the guidelines which we've highlighted, that the drive-through should face away from or perpendicular to the major street, and stacking may not interfere with the pedestrian movement, recognizing that it also recognizes that cars are the primary means of accessing the site. The PDD had no restrictions on drive-throughs itself, so they could be located in any mixed-use parcel. As confirmed by staff, our plan places the service window on the north facade in a location least visible from Davis Drive and perpendicular to Davis Drive and Hatches Pond, which also satisfies this first guideline. The staff report confirms stacking will not interfere with Hatches Pond Lane because the entrance and exit of the drives are oriented toward the rear of the building, which avoids cars spilling out into Hatches Pond. We studied orienting the drive-through in other ways, but found it had a potential of creating queuing issues out onto Hatches Pond, so we worked with staff suggestions to orient the drive-through the way you see it here. We also considered some specific aspects of the design and stacking that could help provide safe pedestrian movement. We connected the gathering area to the walk-up window with a generous decorative paving area through the drive-through lane. You can see that here. In addition, we raised the paving area to help signify to the driver that they should expect to see pedestrians in this elevated area. This feature also helps slow vehicles as they move through there. This practice specifically is encouraged in the guidelines, which encourages us to address pedestrian safety with crossings marked by pavement pattern or platforms, which is what we've done here. In addition, we've also separated the drive-through lane with bollards so that pedestrians know they should expect cars here. Finally, the design uses decorative plantings in locations to limit speed and pedestrian interaction. The raised pedestrian area is at its sharpest bend in the horseshoe, where drivers are going to be moving slowly. We've also added some shrubs and fencing to separate the drive-through and direct pedestrians to the breaks that are most appropriate for their crossing. This treatment results in fewer areas where pedestrians and vehicles are using the same space than a regular drive-through. In standard drive-throughs configurations, pedestrians frequently cross the drive-through lane at random locations over unmarked asphalt where drivers may have limited visibility. By contrast, this design directly complies with the guidelines, which encourages the use of plant placement as a pattern and identifier, and the combination of design elements that makes this plan different from typical drive-throughs and safer for pedestrians. The best example of how this design element can provide appropriate transition between pedestrians and vehicles is Durham Streets at South Point. This photo shows the outdoor portion of the mall, which has gathering areas on either side of it and two-way vehicular traffic that cuts through the outdoor area. The use of specially pavers, you can see here, and bollards make the crossing more visible and signify to drivers and pedestrians to use caution and expect one another in this space. McAdams worked on this project, which was originally installed 20 years ago. Even though this example here involves much more intense uses, involves two-way vehicular traffic, it does not include a raised pedestrian crossing area, and it's not curved. There still have been no collisions between pedestrians and vehicles since the mall opening almost 20 years ago. It is my opinion that the proposed design here promotes even greater safety than the South Point example, as it incorporates a curved drive-through lane. It's got a single travel way, and the drivers in the drive-through lane will be moving slowly to the pickup window. Third change, the new gathering area complies with the PDD intent and overall pattern of outdoor spaces. The small graphic on the left shows the outdoor gathering areas. As you can see, there's a pattern of the gathering areas that are connected by sidewalks and greenways, which complies with the guidelines, which encourages a pattern of building placement, sidewalk placement, and landscape elements. Reducing the building square footage allowed us to create a gathering space of over 2,000 square feet and to add landscaping and seating. We worked with staff to reduce the parking by 8 spaces and replace them with expanded gathering areas. The benches and seating areas shown here are surrounded by shade trees and decorative plantings and set within a large plaza area. The paving area includes a combination of brick pavers, scored concrete, which signal to drivers this is an area meant for pedestrians. As a result, I believe the new design fulfills the PDD intent more than perhaps the original 6,000 square foot building with its sidewalk and angled parking. The new layout also complies with the PDD intent and architectural guidelines by increasing connectivity. The site design guidelines encourage the use of plaza, seating areas, benches, and niches for socializing to create human scale and connect the development to the open space. The concept is consistent with the guidelines. As encouraged in the PDD, the new design still responds to Hatches Pond Lane and Main Street through the provision of sidewalks on both sides and the addition of a crosswalk on Hatches Pond Lane, which connects the gathering area to the overlook at the end of Holly Creek Road. As a reminder, this is the main overlook looking out over Hatches Pond. Finally, this design still clusters buildings A through C along the Main Street, as mentioned in the PUD. The reduction in the building itself does not eliminate the clustering. The new gathering area space continues the series of clustering buildings and green spaces. This is directly supported by the guidelines, which encourage the use of outdoor space as a consistent pattern through the development, connections between the development to the open space, and the creation of an orderly progression from parking to sidewalk to building. As such, the design promotes connectivity in a way supported by the guidelines. As Jamie mentioned, this graphic was created to give you a sense of what this space would feel like to the pedestrian. The model is accurate to the plan, and it's an excellent representation of what the user will experience as he or she progresses from the pickup window to the gathering space. Like the original plan, emergency access on all sides of the building is being provided with the required access widths and access aisle widths. Emergency vehicles approaching from any direction can safely enter the site via 3 access points, which have not changed since the original approval. Within the site, each building is accessible for fire and other emergency services. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that the unique features we've covered here make this design safer than a regular drive-through by limiting opportunities for cars and pedestrians to conflict, incorporating visual cues through the use of decorative paving, raised platform, and bollards, and alternating the stacking of vehicles between building B and C such that they circulate in different directions and have different exit points, further reducing the chance of conflict. Based on these elements, the plan satisfies the requirements of the LDO and the Twin Lakes PDD. Based on my experience, the revised layout also provides for safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists, preventing the dangerous arrangement of pedestrian walkways, and provides safe ingress and egress for emergency services to the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, I'd like to call our next witness, Mr. Earl Llewellyn.
Good evening again. Earl Llewellyn, traffic engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates, 300 Morgan Street in Durham. We performed the traffic impact analysis for the overall Twin Lakes retail project, which, of course, this parcel is a part of. I'm a registered professional engineer in North Carolina with 30 years of experience in the traffic engineering field.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Llewellyn as an expert in traffic congestion mitigation.
As you'll probably recall and has been mentioned earlier tonight, the original Wegmans store was significantly larger than it currently is. As well, some of the other uses that were assumed in the traffic study were more intense than what's being proposed now. In fact, based on a trip generation comparison memo dated August 23rd, 2018, the proposed project will generate 32 fewer trips in the AM, 152 fewer trips in the PM. Furthermore, I feel that that's a conservative estimate because this type of use it's not open for breakfast. My kids would love it if it were. And I would submit that this is probably likely a much lower generator than your typical fast food restaurant. As a result, the mitigation measures originally proposed were for a significantly more intense project. Those measures are listed on the cover sheet of the plan. And I think I'm on the wrong. Yep, so I must be speaking to this. This simply indicates where the proposed offsite improvements were located, consistent with the overall Twin Lakes plan. From an internal perspective regarding circulation, the site is served by 2 drives onto Hatches Pond Lane here and here. And you'll notice that as Bob Zumwalt just mentioned, these 2 projects are set up to minimize internal conflicts with circulation. The bank operates in a counterclockwise flow, whereas the Andes generally operates in a, once you go through the drive-through, in a clockwise flow, limiting the number of conflicts internally as well as on Hatches Pond Road.
Mr. Llewellyn, when you're speaking about the bank, you're referring to Building C on the corner there?
Yes.
And when you're speaking about Andes, you're referring to Building B that's the subject of this development plan?
That is correct, sorry.
Thank you.
The proposed pedestrian crossing in this area occurs, as Bob said, at a very low speed environment, and safety is going to be further enhanced by the elements he mentioned, including a narrower crossing width, textured pavement, bollards and landscaping to greater protect and define that crossing area, and a raised pedestrian crossing that in itself operates as a traffic calming device, very similar to the one that was in the previous project before this one. There are other safely designed pedestrian crossings on Hatches Pond Lane and also on Chesway Drive nearby. These are two that are shown. I would submit that even though these are safely designed, that the crossing internally here is even safer because of the points I just mentioned, the narrowness of the crossing, the lower speed and lower volume environments, and the safety enhancements that we just talked about. In summary, it's my professional opinion that committed improvements mitigate traffic congestion impacts reasonably expected to be generated by this project, and that vehicle and pedestrian access and circulation are designed in a safe manner. Happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. And did you prepare both the TIA and the trip generation memo that are attached to the staff report?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I'd like to call our last witness, Mr. Tom Hester.
Hello, my name is Tom Hester. I am a state certified general appraiser. I am a designated member of the Appraisal Institute with the MAI designation. I have my own appraisal firm in Raleigh, 228 Fayetteville Street, and I've been appraising properties in Wake County for 38 years. So hope you'll accept me as an expert in property valuation.
He is tendered as such.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
So I was before you once before on the sketch plan for this project. So I've talked to you about this project before. I've looked at it before in 2017. I've reviewed the sketch plan again that was approved, and I've also looked at the plan for this revised development. I've visited the property in the neighborhood surrounding the property. I've looked at many of the other shopping centers in that part of the county. I'm here to address two criteria. The criteria 2 requires that the plan protect other properties or residential uses located on the same property from potential adverse effects. The development plan has been described to you already, but the plan protects the nearby properties through the setbacks, the buffers, the building features, all of which exceed the LDO requirement. The closest properties, of course, are the proposed buildings that are adjacent on either side, buildings A and C. These will not be affected by the proposed drive-through. This arrow. Surprising, to be honest. Okay, good. The building C, I believe, is proposed as a bank. This property is proposed. Building B is proposed for a specialty restaurant. I do not see that they would have. I think the peak busy hours would be sort of offsetting. I think it's already been mentioned that the peak hours for this property would be the late afternoon and on the weekends. That's generally times when the banks are closed. So I don't see that there would be any conflict between those two with proposed 2 drive-throughs next door. Also, the site has got these 2 properties, these 2 small properties, down at the southern end, close to the main access or one of the main access points into the shopping center. so sort of concentrates the traffic in that area. There are no residential uses located on this same property. The closest planned residential use is the Overture apartment property, which is approved for the site on the south. The proposed reduction in the building size here and the addition of the low-intensity drive-through will not have any negative effect on that proposed apartment development. In fact, the proposed use and the outdoor seating will be a nice walkable neighborhood amenity for those apartments and people who live there. The closest existing residential use, it's not on this property, but it's to the east. It's across Hatches Ponds, part of the Twin Lakes residential development. The closest residential properties there are 350 feet away. They're across the Stormwater Pond and across Hatches Pond. Hatches Pond has a 100-foot buffer on either side, so pretty far away and through mostly or at least partially wooded buffer. There's nothing about this proposed use. There's no amplified, there's no noise, there's no amplified electronic ordering, so I don't think any light or any noise would be able to reach the properties that are 350 feet away. I also did look at property values for residential uses that are adjacent to shopping centers in that area, and these include the Stone Creek Village Shopping Center. And in my report, which I think you've got on page 13, I state that that the value of the houses 350 feet away would not be significantly affected by this proposed use based on my research. In my opinion, overall, any of the negative effects from the addition of the drive-through would be offset by the reduction in the building area, the walk-up service, and the increased outdoor seating and the landscaping. And also, again, the drive-through traffic for a specialty restaurant, which typically be in the evenings and the weekend, would not be in direct conflict with the banks. I don't, even though we're talking about potentially 2 drive-through properties, I don't see this as being McDonald's next to Wendy's or Bojangles next to Taco Bell. It's just not, they're not the same kind of use as bank. It's a fairly low intensity use on the next property over, and I think this is a fairly low intensity drive-through use.
Mr. Hester, have you had a chance to prepare a report for this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is that the report dated February 18th of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that's attached to the staff report in the materials?
Yes, I thought so.
Okay. And in the course of preparing that report, did you have the opportunity to look at other uses like a McDonald's drive-through or other drive-through restaurants?
I did.
Okay. And are those uses generally of a larger square footage than the 16,100?
They generally are, at least twice as big on the buildings.
What's the typical size of the?
I mean, about the smallest fast food is going to be 3,500 square feet.
So would you say this is an unusually small footprint for a drive-through?
I would, yes.
And that's a drive-through restaurant?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that small footprint, therefore, it wouldn't really work as a McDonald's or Taco Bell or one of the more typical fast food lunch service, evening service.
Is that because the national chains require a larger square footage?
Yes. So based on the site features, it's my professional opinion that the proposed plan will adequately protect other properties from the potential adverse effects of the proposed development. I don't know if there's another side. The second issue put to me is criteria 3, which requires that the plan provide harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties. Certainly some of the elements of the site plan have addressed that already, but I look at it maybe from a little different perspective. I look at it from the real estate valuation perspective. And so to determine if the project provides harmony and unity, I consider 4 criteria. And they are these criteria. Is the property typical for the normal course of development in a community? Is the property similar in scope and scale with other properties nearby? Is the property well integrated into the neighborhood? And is the property type complementary to other properties in the area? So I'd like to address those criteria. Regarding the first criteria, is the property typical for the normal course of development? A specialty restaurant is a typical use for a community-oriented center such as Twin Lakes. It's especially the case when the property is designed to be a pedestrian and bike-friendly gathering place for nearby neighborhoods. The proposed Twin Lakes commercial development is similar to other projects in Cary, including Stone Creek Village in the northwest quadrant of Davis Drive and High House Road. The second criteria is the property similar in scope and scale with other similar properties nearby. This proposed use is a reduction in the gross building area and parking from what has already been approved. It's within the limits of the acreage, building square footage, building height, setbacks, and the permitted uses set forth in the PDD. The only significant change is the addition of the drive-through, but with no amplified ordering at peak hours different from other businesses nearby. I do not see this drive-through as significantly more intense than what has already been improved. On page 16 of my report, I described some of the other properties nearby, shopping centers in the Morrisville and Cary jurisdictions along the Davis Drive corridor that feature two drive-through businesses adjacent to one another. So it's not unheard of. It is actually not that uncommon in that market, and I'll address those in a moment. The third criteria is the property well integrated into the neighborhood. We've talked about the features that integrate it for pedestrians and for other shoppers. It's accessible through the walkways, the gathering space, the future greenways that are featured in Twin Lakes. Access for walkers and cyclists by the greenway, I think, is a very important feature, and it will be this will be a great sort of destination for people who are traveling to the center by the greenway. The fourth criteria is the property type complementary to other properties in the area, and I believe that specialty restaurants are complementary uses to residential communities and also serve small businesses. Neighborhood amenities, which this would be, neighborhood amenities in the form of proximity and accessibility to shopping and services, are an important, desirable factor in the quality of a neighborhood. And again, as stated in my report, there are other examples of restaurants with drive-through service located adjacent to banks or other retail uses with drive-through service. Those are located throughout Cary and the Morrisville markets. These include, I think there are 6 or 7 that are identified in the report. I'm just going to speak briefly about 3 of these. One of these is Grace Village, which is located to the south. It's the closest shopping center nearby. And it's got a Dairy Queen restaurant with a drive-through service adjacent to a drive-through car wash. Immediately adjacent to those 2 uses is a sort of double row of townhouses. So it's mixed use with residential right there. That closest residential unit is about 50 feet from the drive-through property. And we're talking about residential uses that are 350 feet away. So again, not unheard of in Grace Village. The second one is the Morrisville Market. This is on the corner of Davis Drive, Morrisville Carpenter Road. 2 adjacent fast food restaurants. These include Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue and Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins. The shopping center also includes McDonald's with a drive-through on another out parcel, but not adjacent to the first 2. This shopping center is directly across Morrisville Carpenter Road from the Dairy Queen I've already mentioned. Just in terms of residential uses nearby, the Carpenter Park townhomes are adjacent to Morrisville Market on the east. I looked at some of the recent transactions of those townhouse units. I found that the sale price of a unit that backs up to the rear of the shopping center was not lower than the prices for other units in the same community that were not adjacent to the shopping center. The adjacent unit I looked at was about 50 feet from the shopping center property line, 180 feet from the Walmart, the back of the Walmart neighborhood market. The third shopping center I'd like to mention is the Stone Creek Village. Is on the northwest corner of Davis Drive and High House. 2 of the out parcels that are adjacent in front on High House Road include Walgreens Pharmacy and Chick-fil-A, both with drive-through service. I looked at 2 residential properties that are developments that are adjacent to that. The Enclave at Stone Creek Village is a row of townhouses immediately behind the shopping center. I looked at recent sales prices at the southern end of the Enclave, closest to the Chick-fil-A and the double, sort of 2 drive-through next to each other. The price at that end of that row of townhouses has not been significantly different from the sales prices at the northern end. The northern end units are adjacent to the back of the shopping center, not adjacent to the drive-through. So sort of solving for the drive-through if that's an issue. Prices are essentially the same, so no evidence that there is any effect from being adjacent to the drive-through. I also looked at the Stone Creek Village single-family neighborhood, which is adjacent on the west behind the Harris Teeter. The properties directly across the access drive behind Harris Teeter did not sell for any less than the properties within the same subdivision, but not across from the shopping center. So that supports my conclusion that the values are not affected by being adjacent to specifically a drive-through restaurant. Again, the residential uses that are the closest to this property, 350 feet away. So based on my analysis of the neighborhoods surrounding the proposed use and my investigation of other commercial properties in similar neighborhoods, it's my professional opinion that the plan meets the 4 stated criteria and provides harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties.
Mr. Hester, in your professional opinion, does the plan adequately protect other property from potential adverse effects of the proposed development?
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
Sorry if I didn't say that. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd like to just briefly address the parking resolution modification that we're discussing tonight, and then very briefly summarize the criteria of the 6 elements that you've heard before you. The text of the parking resolution is shown on your screen, and you can see the minor change that we're proposing. This condition was proposed by staff towards the end of the review of our last amendment of the Twin Lakes plan. It was suggested in order to streamline future tweaks and amendments to the plan, giving staff the ability to make those minor adjustments and increase or decrease in the building size to have the commensurate increase or decrease in parking. However, when it was written, it didn't specify which buildings it applied to. That former plan just applied to the reduction in Wegmans and the change in the parking there, and everybody discussed the resolution as if we were talking about Wegmans. And then when the Andes plan progressed forward, there was a discussion about, wait a minute, this resolution applies here. And because we're reducing the square footage of building B from 6,000 square feet to 1,650 square feet, it's a significant reduction in parking. It also occurs on a portion of the site that doesn't have the real estate area to absorb it. So on the Wegmans, it's the widest part of the site. There was ability to shrink the parking and add the green space. Here we've been able to add the green space, but there's not as much area to add additional parking. And in this situation, we'd actually be reducing additional parking in an area that needs that interrelation parking between buildings A, B, and C. And so what we'd like to do is just to modify it to reflect the original intent that was originally intended to apply to minor modifications dealing with Wegmans. It wasn't discussed with respect to the other buildings, and had it been, we couldn't have agreed to that modification because it doesn't work operationally. Now, even though the 6,000 square foot plan that's approved for building today would have required 40 parking spaces, we have voluntarily reduced that further down by 8. But if this was applied as it's written, we'd have to lose another 8 spaces, and we simply can't do that operationally and still function with the very small footprint that we have for Building B and still provide all the services that we need to. I'd like to also point out that in reality, even though this would apply to the building south of would I guess not apply to the building south of Chestway Drive, Building A is already under construction and going vertical, so we're really only talking about impacts to buildings B and C if those are to change. Notably, we talked a little bit, or we saw a little bit in the report about the parking and the ratios that are approved out on site. This parking resolution is not about what surface parking is already on the site. Those decisions were already made in the first 2 iterations of the plan. It's really just about will these minor tweaks, and if the buildings shrink, should they apply to these smaller buildings that have a less area to make it up. And notably, the PDD does not have a maximum parking requirement for retail. So in the portions of the staff report that go over parking overages, those are compared to the parking minimums for retail. There is no parking maximum for retail. So when the retail site was approved to the north, that was a set amount of parking, but there was no maximum within the PDD. So I'd just like you to keep that in mind as you're looking at the comparison of the parking. And I'd just like to briefly summarize, as you heard earlier, a few points under North Carolina law that are applicable to these hearings. Every quasi-judicial decision must be based on competent material and substantial evidence in the record. Courts have held that whereas consistency with the plans is a factor, denial cannot be based on generalized beliefs. And we've had testimony before you tonight that the plan complies with this ordinance in terms of the Cary Community Plan. I won't belabor those policies that are outlined in our report that was submitted to the staff, but I will point out that the future growth framework designation for this area is commercial center, which is designed to maximize convenience by providing daily retail services and needs near residential uses. Predominant uses are small commercial format and should be oriented toward open space. That's exactly what we have here, a very small commercial format. Criterion 1, you also heard expert evidence tonight on how the plan meets the Twin Lakes PDD, its design guidelines, and the LDO. There are numerous policies that you've heard tonight, and I won't belabor those, but they're on the screen that talk specifically about anticipating drive-through use, how to design that drive-through use, and they do not dictate its location within the site. What they say is if you have a drive-through use, you should orient the drive-through window in a particular manner so it's perpendicular to the major street, and you should encourage the design principles to maintain the pedestrian nature. All the features that you heard from the expert testimony of Mr. Zumwalt about the unique features of the drive-through here help to maintain those design guidelines, including the special ramping up of the platform, the different types of paving used, and the bollards. You also heard about the new 2,000 square foot gathering area with ample amenities on which to sit or walk, and that where parking is retained, it's retained on the sides of the buildings. Each of these go to the criterion of the design guidelines noted here. Criteria 2 and 3, you heard the expert testimony by Mr. Hester, who concluded that the plan protects against adverse effects and was in harmony with nearby properties. You just heard from him, I won't belabor those points, but to summarize, significant buffers exist separating this from the houses that are 353 across the pond. It's a location near the intersection that's appropriate for the convenient drive-through use. We're talking about a very unique design and small footprint. Mr. Hester testified that this footprint would not be typical for your typical fast food national franchise chain. And although we can't consider that it's Andy's specifically or frozen custard specifically, we can consider those aspects of the plan that are unique, the raised table, the walk-up window, the lack of the speakers, because we would not be able to do those things unless we asked for that during this development plan review. Number 3, it provides harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties, and Mr. Hester talked about sales of comparisons to homes to other drive-through uses. He also looked specifically at drive-through uses that were side by side in order to take that factor into account and found that there was no impact on the values of those properties. Criteria 4 through 6 were testified by Mr. Zumwalt, who testified that the plan provided safe arrangements for pedestrian vehicles and emergency access, and that in most drive-through situations, you're going to have some sort of conflict between the pedestrians and the vehicles. But this design uniquely makes those reduced to 3 places, and it has a lot of visual cues in terms of the specialty paving, the ramping up, and the menu boards to tell people to slow down and pause before they cross that pedestrian parking. Finally, Mr. Llewellyn further offered his expert opinion that the plan mitigates traffic congestion and the impacts reasonably expected to be generated. He testified that the layout of buildings B and C were done and the travel lanes done in a counter-cyclical manner such that the rotation of the traffic would be in opposite directions. And thus we've shown competent material and substantial evidence on each factor and have proved our case for approval by this council. Again, it's not about whether a drive-through is preferable on the site, but whether this particular elements of this particular drive-through meet the Twin Lakes PDD, and we submit that they have on each of the elements. I'd like to make sure we reserve any right to cross-examine or summarize the evidence after the town makes its observations.
Thank you. This time I'll invite speakers who have been sworn in who'd like to speak in support of the application to approach the podium. Anyone else to speak in support? Seeing no one, will continue. Any reason to cross-examine at this point? All right, we'll open it up to those who are opposed to the request. As a reminder to those testifying, please limit your testimony to the facts that you know. The applicant's representative has a right to object to your testimony. He or she may object while you're speaking. They have the right to do that. Our contractual attorney, who is to my left, will help counsel to determine what evidence to consider. Anyone to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, we'll call on staff to provide professional observations about the request.
Thank you again. The Twin Lakes Planned Development District established a series of design guidelines intended to create a pedestrian-friendly mixed-use center with a sense of place. Staff contends that drive-through uses by their very nature are inconsistent with the vision espoused by the PDD. However, during the original sketch plan approval for the project, recognizing market realities, a single drive-through use was included at the southern end of the shopping center. This building, identified as Building C, was located adjacent to the signalized vehicular entrance, which essentially terminates the pedestrian plaza established along the frontages of the original buildings A and B. The applicant repeatedly mentioned this building, Building C, as being a bank. It is labeled as a 3,000 square foot retail, restaurant, or office. Now, they have submitted a building permit, which has not been reviewed or approved by the town of Cary yet, for a bank as Building C, but there is no guarantee that that moves forward and gets approved and built that way. The addition of a second drive-through in the center undermines the pedestrian experience in what was originally envisioned as a pedestrian-friendly mixed-use portion of the PDD. The elimination of parking from Hatches Pond Lane does facilitate a continuation of the pedestrian plaza along Building A to the north. However, this plaza is separated from the order window, arguably a second pedestrian area, at the front of the building by the new drive-through lane. This separation is explicitly counter to one of the PDD design guidelines mentioned by Mr. Zumwalt that reads, vehicular stacking may not interfere with pedestrian movement. The reduction in building size and the new drive-through lane combine to increase the physical and visual separations between Building A and B. This lengthens pedestrian paths and creates longer stretches with no pedestrian interest created by frontage with buildings or other pedestrian draws. They also forced the building to the western end of the site, increasing the setback between the building and the pedestrian plaza created. This again weakens the sense of presence along Hatches Pond Lane for both pedestrians and motorists. Council is used to hearing requests for parking reductions. These are common in residential development. In fact, the first case this evening requested one. However, commercial developments often trend toward wanting more parking than the code would typically allow. In fact, Twin Lakes Center has been overparked from its inception. The original plans approved in 2017-2018 included 33.4% more parking than required by the square footage. However, the plans included structured parking under the anchor building, limiting the impacts of excessive surface parking on the site design. The revision approved in October of 2018 eliminated all of the structured parking, resulting in a 34.6% overage, all of that being in surface lots. And tonight's revision would further reduce square footage without a commensurate reduction in surface parking. The result is a pedestrian-friendly mixed-use center that would have 38% more parking spaces than regulations would require, all of that in surface lots that impact pedestrian flow across the entire site. This runs counter to the original vision of the mixed-use portion of the PDD. This concludes staff's observations, and we are, as always, available for questions should you have any. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Hales, you mentioned that the site is 38% overparked if this amendment was granted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that overparked is over the minimum requirement parking in the PDD, correct?
Correct. More parking is provided than required.
Right. Than required for the minimums, correct?
Than required by the square footage based on the PDD ratio.
Okay. And in fact, the requirement of the PDD only has a minimum for retail. It does not have a maximum, correct?
Correct.
And the percentages you're listing there are combining both the parking for the retail at the north of the site as well as the other uses that are shown at the bottom, which include office and potential restaurant.
All of
correct?
the parking numbers provided in the plan are aggregate, so for the entire 22 acres.
So you're mixing some uses that have a maximum and some uses that do not have a parking maximum under the PDD, correct?
Correct.
And those parking numbers were granted in both the sketch plan and the prior amendment to this development plan, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that the vehicular stacking could interfere with pedestrian movement as shown on the plan, correct?
I read the PDD statement, which was vehicular stacking may not interfere with pedestrian movement.
And you were here when Mr. Zumwalt provided his expert opinion about the design of the drive-through, right?
I was here when he gave his testimony. I'm not sure what portion you were referring to.
Okay. Mr. Zumwalt testified that the pedestrian movement would be separated by bollards and specialty paving, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of other drive-throughs in Cary that provide the combination of the raised table bollards and specialty paving on a drive-through use?
Not off the top of my head.
And wouldn't you agree that most of the drive-throughs in Cary do not have any distinction about where a pedestrian would leave its car, cross the aisle, and walk into the restaurant?
I'm not sure I'm willing to stipulate that.
There are other examples in Cary of drive-through uses where a pedestrian must park their car and walk across unmarked asphalt into the restaurant, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there's other examples in Cary of drive-through use where a pedestrian would park its car and walk across to enter the restaurant in multiple locations, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And this plan limits those interferences to 3 particular places, right?
Yes.
And one of those places has the raised platform that we discussed earlier,
yes.
right? And that platform is consistent with one of the design guidelines that encourages the use of platforms and landscaping to mark crosswalks, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
One additional question, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Mr. Hales, is it correct that the PDD design guidelines state that the site should use the minimum parking permitted by the ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else before we move to the deliberative phase? Okay, we'll move to the deliberative phase of the hearing, and I'll open it up to council members for comments or questions. Mr. George.
I had a couple things. First one was covered. They kept talking about a bank, and a bank is not a condition. That's correct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when we're discussing the mixing and matching of traffic, it was always quoted to us a bank, and it seems to me if that's not a condition, we need to ignore that testimony. Is that fair, Mr. Silverstein? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Is frozen custard a condition?
No, it's not. The use in the tenant is not a condition.
Okay.
And I don't believe it can be a condition.
Okay, so when we were comparing to, it's not the typical size of a drive-through that a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or whatever would have, as if that limited it to frozen custard or unique, and it had no morning trip generation. I'm just asking, I did a quick, not an expert, but I used a quick Google search, and the average square footage of a Starbucks is 1,700 square feet. So if we were led to believe that this traffic generation at peak times is different because frozen custard doesn't have morning traffic, but this building's the same size as a Starbucks, then I would contend we would need to ignore comments about interfering with the morning traffic generation, because it very well could be a Starbucks because it's the average size and it's a drive-through and it's not a condition. Mm-hmm. So I think we would have to ignore those comments about not creating morning traffic generation.
I would prefer instead of ignore, say you take these other facts into consideration.
Okay.
And I would just object. I'm sorry, Mr. George. I object to the council taking into evidence anything that's drawn upon that's not submitted by an applicant or a witness here. I don't think it's appropriate to rely on Google searches taken at the table, but I do agree that it could be something other than an Andes or something with other hours.
It could have morning high traffic generation. That we're not specifically designing it by this size. The way comments were made by traffic engineers that it didn't generate morning traffic, should we not consider that it could be something that sold coffee in the mornings or something else and did not sell custards, so it could have morning traffic generation?
I don't believe the testimony that it wouldn't have morning traffic. I think that they were trying to provide some flavor of that. The more concentrated would be in the evenings, and that you could rely. Right.
If it were custard.
That's correct, but we
can't consider that.
But it's competent to rely on the trip generation memo, which provided that this will provide 32 less trips in the morning and 152 less trips in the evening, based on the original TIA compared to this use. So that has nothing to do with the user. It's just based on the ITE trip generation manual, and he did testify that that was a reduction.
Based on square footage.
Based on square footage.
But he continued to make comments about the type of use and said it wouldn't be morning. So that's the part that we can't, seems to me we don't consider.
I believe that. Yes, I believe that his comments were separated between what the trip generation would be and what the potential use in the mornings and the afternoons would be. So even if you disregarded that, it would still be competent to rely on his trip generation memo and the reduction.
Because it was a smaller square footage.
Right.
Okay.
As well as the circulation patterns as they're laid out on the plan, which do provide for the drive aisles to go in a certain direction for building C and building B.
Okay, so, but how are we to know that building C will have counterclockwise traffic? It hasn't been designed yet, and it's not on there. Why wouldn't it? It might generate different. I don't know why we're saying that it's going to generate a certain way.
Sorry. So the site layout sheet does have an orientation of where the drive aisles would be, and you can see from the arrows on sheet C5 that the arrows are pointed in a counterclockwise way for building C and a clockwise way for building B. They're routed in different directions, and that a person would come in off of Holly Creek Lane and then follow the shared drive between, and then peel off towards building C in one direction and building B in the other, and then follow the arrows on the pavement that are shown on the plan.
Okay, I don't have that in front of me. That you're looking at a piece of, is that one on the screen?
It's not on the screen.
I don't have a digital, but we have it's attached to the staff report. It's in the site plan.
She's referring to it.
So building C is, sorry, building C is on the edge there, and you can barely make out there's small arrows pointing just underneath the smaller red box that show the drive-through direction. And then, actually this is showing the old plan. Yeah. And then on this plan, you can see the drive-through has the grayed out arrows in the direction of the drive-through there. And so the point would just be that traffic would come in that shared driveway and then split off in either direction around building B and building C.
Okay. Then just two other comments or questions. Our outside LED screens, like these menu boards, the way they're used, it looks like they face both directions, one for the driver and one for the walk-up. Are they at all considered, Mr. Hales, are they all considered like lighting from an outside for light pollution, or it's not considered lighting, it's completely different and it's a permitted use to open both directions? There's no...
It's a sign.
It's just considered a sign, whether it emits light or not. It's just considered a sign.
It's like any other menu board. It's lit, just not amplified sound.
Okay, and what about the glass front? The picture we were shown, I don't know if it's what's being stipulated on this walk-up window is glass ceiling to floor. It looked like it was all the way up to the top and all the way to the bottom was all glass, and it was lit, the picture that was shown. And I can appreciate it's not aiming toward, yes, that's the one. So is all that considered, is that considered indoor lighting that transparent, or is that considered like outdoor lighting that's down lighting? I'm just asking.
So we have no...
Is there specifications where there are conditions in here?
It's considered lighting.
Okay.
From a pedestrian area, we don't have any regulations, and we have no architectural, so they may not be like this.
Okay.
And my understanding is that the architectural review will be in conjunction with the building permit. It's not part of this.
Okay, I just saw this picture. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Other questions
I
or
have a
comments?
question. Can you talk about, or can you bring up where we keep hearing raised platform? Where is the raised part? And also there was a mention about fencing. Can you also speak to exactly where that fencing is?
So the raised platform, and I apologize because I miscolored this, but where you see the word front, that's the flat part of the platform. It ramps up from this line to this line, and ramps down from this line to this line.
So
it's like a raised speed table that goes over the crosswalk.
All the way to the building is all at the same?
That's all level.
And including the pedestrian part that's magenta?
Correct.
On the other way?
This is pavers, this is concrete. That's the color difference.
And is there anything that stops a user? You spoke to the fact that that cars are not to block the pedestrian, or one of the speakers, Mr. Schuster, maybe spoke to the fact that cars would not block the pedestrian path. What does that mean, cars will not block the pedestrian path? They just know not to stop there, or there's a sign there, or what does that mean?
I believe you're referring to the statement that says vehicles shall not interfere with the pedestrian movement.
Yeah.
That's a design standard in the PDD. There's nothing that would prohibit a car from stopping in that platform, and you can see the queuing diagram has one stopping in the platform.
So is the width of that wide enough for a car, or is the car going to be tipped up or tipped down? I mean, what?
Depending on where it is.
Do we have that anywhere in Cary, where you have this raised platform that's within a drive-through queuing?
I do not believe we have any raised crosswalks in a drive-through queue currently, as I answered earlier.
And I believe the testimony, if I may, the testimony from Mr. Zumwalt was there's a menu board just before that first ramp.
Right here.
Yes. So the cars would be...
In the concept picture, I remember it saying in the pedestrian picture.
Right. And so the concept is the car would be paused there at the menu board, reading the menu board, and then proceed up the ramp over to the ordering window, which was where the red car was on the north side of the building. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. And then finally, is there some sort of fencing to keep pedestrians from going where the brown...
So this is landscape bed. There's a fence on the inside edge here and the inside edge here, which will corral people to go through the bollards.
But there's nothing that keeps them from crossing the drive-through lane kind of further towards the back of the building. Like that brown strip is just planting, so I mean people like a little hedge.
Walk around.
Not there, lower down. If you take your arrow lower, right there. Yeah, that. I mean,
correct. This is just landscaping. I don't believe it.
Yeah, so it's not going to keep anybody from running across that direction.
Right. I mean, there was a mention of this looking like the Andes in Kirkwood, Missouri, right? And I'm from Missouri, so I know where that one is.
You want me to show me?
And and there is fencing. There's a fence that stops you from leaving the pedestrian area, and there is no. So that's why I was wondering where that fence was. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Hales, can you help me better understand your statement that the proposal, I think you said, forgive me if I misquote you, but I was trying to write while you were talking,
that's fine.
Undermines the pedestrian experience?
So you have a giant anchor building at the northern end of the site, which is not incredibly pedestrian friendly, a very large surface lot and a road. Original concept was to create building A and B with a continuous pedestrian flow along there, and then recognizing that a drive-through is probably going to be desired at some point to create the drive-through adjacent to the major vehicular entrance, which is signalized at the southern end of the site. So we created a more pedestrian plaza feel along building A and B. By reducing the size of the building, they've pushed that building farther back and broken, and so that increases the length between building A and B, because now it's a smaller building, it's farther away, and it's set in a diagonal. And it removes massing farther away from the street front. So you still have the plaza there, And it's better lined. The plaza today is better lined than it was before because they eliminated the convenience parking. But you lose that sense of immediate activity along the front. You lose the verticality of the building facade in line with the adjacent one.
But you might lose the building sense of place or whatever, but you're gaining a couple thousand square feet of plaza that would actually encourage pedestrians to hang out, eat custard or coffee or whatever else might be served here. So when staff was evaluating this, did we look at the trade-offs, or were we solely focused on that building element and not the outdoor seating, the things that would encourage people to come and stay a while? Because I'm sitting here going, okay, what could have been built under previous plan was a 6,000 square foot restaurant. Could be any chain, here today, gone tomorrow type restaurant that's in Cary, anywhere, that might not have any outdoor seating, might not encourage any pedestrian activity whatsoever. People drive in, get out, run in, get dinner, run back in their car and leave. And I'm seeing a proposal that, while it may have some other challenges, actually encourages folks to hang out, stay a while. I mean, it almost feels like it's trying to do some of the things we're trying to do in downtown with the sidewalks and the outdoor seating and things. So I'm trying to balance how the previous 6,000 square foot restaurant was more of a pedestrian experience than the much smaller, hey, come and stay a while. I get the drive-through. I understand that's typically not what you might want to see in a walkable pedestrian type environment.
Sure.
I do feel like, as far as drive-throughs are concerned, the applicant has gone above and beyond to make them as pedestrian and friendly and as inviting as possible. I mean, you want to see a dangerous drive-through, go to Chick-fil-A. So, you know, there's no way to prevent pedestrians in the car conflict, but I think they've probably done it better than anything else I've ever seen. So,
So I think, to answer your question a little bit, there was a pedestrian plaza. Buildings B and C weren't designed fully when they did them. I mean, they laid out the site, but they didn't design the building. So there was always the idea, and you can see on the original approved building B, there's a wider sidewalk there indicating it was going to be a pedestrian plaza. There'd be benches and trees, and it would be a nicer pedestrian experience. It wasn't just going to be a box and a sidewalk. That equivalent area still exists. It's just moved, it's separated now from the building, and they picked up additional pedestrian area right where you order at the window. So, I mean, we looked at it from as a pedestrian, generally you want to frame the street. So you have an equivalent area along the street already. It's just separated from the building now, and that was really more of our analysis.
I mean, the only thing that I can relate to what's being proposed is the Goodberries near my house.
Sure.
And if you want to see an activated place in the evening, that's it.
Right.
And so I kind of envision a very similar thing here. Now, it might not be manicured with that fence on a squared building and people sitting at tables drinking wine or whatever, but to me, anything that gets people to congregate, gets them out of the cars, gets them to walk over and look at the lake and stuff and hang out and stay a while after they've blown a fortune at Wegmans. I'm like, you know, that's, I'm trying to understand, you know, staff seem kind of somewhat negative on the proposal. We want you guys to point out all the possible bad stuff, so nothing negative on you guys. And then I hear a lot of positive from the applicant that I also so I'm trying to balance the pros and the cons and what I'm hearing.
Sure.
So can I follow up on that?
Well, yeah, I would just end with a lot of the things that you guys pointed out that might not be conducive to a pedestrian experience or pedestrian friendly. I think there's a lot of other things that are being done that do lead to that. So
I want to ask you a question. If we weren't considering a drive-through, would we be here tonight? Because we're talking about use. You know, if it's this kind of building or that kind of building or this type of restaurant, because of the size of the restaurant. And I thought it was all about parking and drive-through. So help me.
We're talking in detail about the specific drive-through proposed that is a part of the plan before us. It's not just drive-through use.
But if it was a smaller footprint requiring the same amount of...
So council approved
6,000.
a number.
Right.
100, I don't have the number right.
6,000.
Well, yeah, 6,000. But I mean, you approved an overall number, right?
Yep.
And so since council had that original approval authority, if they modify that more than 5%, which we added the 5% flexibility into last revision, if you go over 5.1%, then you'd have to come back and look at it regardless of the drive-through.
So we're considering the building size in addition to the parking and the drive-through.
You're considering the overall Twin Lakes Center. Is it still consistent with the PDD? Or, well, does it still meet all 6
That's
findings?
what I'm trying to figure out.
Correct.
I thought we were just talking about drive-throughs and parking.
It's the entire site.
Thank you.
The parking, I don't have a problem. I mean, we gave Wegmans 30% overage on parking, for this little building to come in here and somehow get penalized because Wegmans gobbled up a lot of parking. I can't be sympathetic to that one. I can't. All things considered, I think I heard they reduced what they might normally have wanted by 8 parking spaces, so it's a little less. Quite frankly, I'd actually like a few more parking spaces, then people get out of the cars and hang out and stay a while and have more of the pedestrian experience. So,
other questions, comments?
Follow up on that with the parking resolution. You're looking at the aggregate total, counting the Wegmans and everything is
correct
for the numbers. Is there a number that exists for just the building south of, was it Cheswick? Is that the middle?
I don't have it broken out that way. I mean, we could get it to you if you were interested, but I don't have it broken out already.
Do you have any rendering that shows us what the building would look like, this patio area that would be basically where the building, the 6,000 square foot building would be? Do you have any drawing like that?
Just in front of the walk-up window, between the walk-up window and the drive-through?
The brown area that's on the rendering on the right, do you have any kind of drawing that shows us what that looks like, feels like?
We have the colored site plan.
Slide 53.
That's all we have is the enlarged site plan. Is that different?
Yeah.
And 53.
Yeah. So that's the best we have in terms of the northern, or the top part of your screen, showing the specialty pavers, the outdoor seating, there's benches, and that's all in the landscape detail plan in your packet. This is just a rendered version of it, but what you see are some seat walls, benches, outdoor seating. There's trees that are just outlined without being colored in, but those are canopy trees along the street. And then as you move from the specialty pavers past the bollard, you have the scored concrete going up to the building itself. And as the evidence was, the witnesses testified, there is a PDD design guideline that requires the building materials to be consistent and have consistent color palettes and that sort of thing. And so we'll have to match that rendering that you saw for building A that's already under construction.
So that patio area, what is it, and what do you anticipate it having?
In terms of,
I see benches. Are those tables there, like tables, 2 tables, each accommodating 4 seats?
Yes. And then there's seat walls that are built into the landscape area.
Okay. And those boxes with a circle in the middle, are those planting beds? Or?
Yes, with canopy trees.
Okay. All right.
Can somebody explain to me, and maybe it's the expert restaurant person, I'm trying to figure out how you don't get longer queuing if you go to one window and order and get served at the same time, because he's the expert and he was talking about queuing. And I don't understand, because it seems to me like the reason you don't wait long at a drive-through restaurant queue window is because you've ordered 4 cars back, and then when you get there, your food's ready. But now you got to sit there and block it until your food's prepared. So that, I guess I'm trying to, from the expert standpoint, trying to figure out how this reduces queuing when it seems to me like it would add queuing. I don't understand, because I thought the comment about the queuing, I just need that, because we're talking about queuing still.
Yes. Our queue line will basically handle traffic, and our time at the window is usually around 1 minute and 30 seconds, so that the traffic that's building up There's only one spot. They'll stop for the menu. They'll figure out what it is they want to purchase and swing around and pick it up at the drive-through window.
Order and pick it up at
and
the drive-through. Okay, and that's 1:30 on average
Yeah.
for you. Might not be for some. Okay.
Correct. Now, we may use an iPad. May have a staff person outside using an iPad that gives us a jump on the orders.
A rush hour.
Right.
Okay.
We use that extensively at evenings.
Okay, that's helpful.
So I'll weigh in, kind of in reflection of what Don was saying. First of all, I agree with him about the patio area acting as an activated pedestrian area that minimizes the fact that the building is pushed back. So I agree with that point. I can only think of one fast food restaurant in Cary that doesn't have a huge conflict between pedestrians and the cars, and that's the Chick-fil-A at Stone Creek, because they have the parking loop, or the drive-through loop outside of the parking area. So people get out of their cars. So that's the only one I can think of. I mean, pretty much every fast food place I go to, including Dunkin' Donuts and everything, you have a conflict between pedestrians and cars. So I don't see that being any heightened here in any way. It'd be nice if you guys would agree to putting some kind of signage that says, please wait here until cars are clear or something. I don't know, you guys come up with something, but some way so that cars know not to be queuing up on that paved area. I think that would be good. And what is shown in this illustration with the plantings in the vertical fashion on either side of the building that would hopefully keep people from dashing across the vehicular aisles. You know, it would be nice if those were planted densely enough or put in a raised bed such that you would encourage people to funnel down towards the front of the building. I think those would be enhancements that would make it more appealing. As far as the extra parking goes, I actually think it's probably an advantage. I think I liken this to Good Berries. And if it was a coffee shop, which excellent point, you know, on Mr. George's part, it could be another use, not just a custard place. I think sometimes when there's a limitation of parking spots at like a place like Good Berries, then people do dumb things like jump across in front of cars and jump out of their cars and stuff like that. So having the extra cars parking there probably will kind of keep a sense of calm as people kind of flooded after a swim meet or whatever. So,
after a baseball game, yeah.
Or after a baseball game, yeah. So I think that's fine.
Other questions or comments? Okay, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I'll ask council for a motion on the proposed development plan.
I'll make a motion. For the reasons discussed, I move that we approve the proposed development plan with conditions as stated below, as it meets all of the approval criteria set forth in section 3.9.2I of the LDO. This approval is conditioned upon the following. The applicant must satisfactorily address all remaining Development Review Committee comments on the master plan plan set submitted for signature, and will include signage to discourage cars from queuing on the pedestrian area.
Second.
There's a
on
motion.
The raised I'm sorry, Mr. George is adding to this. On the raised.
The
raised area or the pedestrian area.
Right.
Yeah, you guys work it out.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council need a break.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll close the public hearing before council takes a break, or we want to keep going?
I think I heard we want a break.
Okay, we'll take a very short break and we'll be back for our last hearing.
That was the longest.
We'll reconvene our council meeting at this time and move to our third evidentiary hearing, Sam's Express Car Wash 18 DP 0655. This case is a continuation from our December 6, 2018 hearing. As I stated earlier, the law governing the conduct of quasi-judicial hearings has been evolving over time, and the courts have increasingly emphasized the restrictive nature of this decision-making process. If the applicant presents evidence showing all approval criteria have been met, the council can only deny their request if competent material and substantial evidence to the contrary has been presented. The hearing procedures and detailed rules are attached to the printed agenda. All speakers who want to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by Mrs. Strickland, who's to my right, and we need to only swear in those that haven't been sworn in before that would like to speak. So if you were sworn in before in December, you don't have to be sworn in again, and if you have not, you will need to be sworn in. And Mrs. Strickland, to my right, will administer the oath to those individuals who would like to speak at the public hearing, and the council will pause at this time until that has been completed. Yeah, that should say Ms. Yeah. She's done have it, sorry. I'm sure
you knew something I didn't know. Right?
What? Yeah. It's the hard one.
Calls her Mrs. Strickland.
Yeah.
Oh, Brittany.
Yeah.
I'll find
I would say Ms. Brittany because that's southern.
I know.
Southern formal.
I'll clarify that. Yeah. The third person that's told me if I.
We have one neighbor that's out work. Taught us the whole street and our kids that from the day we moved in.
Yeah.
And it's still
That's that. It's not that. The original report. Yeah.
And I apologize to Ms. Strickland for calling her Mrs. Strickland. We don't want to marry her off this soon.
That's right. That's right.
So now I'll ask council members if they've had any site visits, ex parte communication, financial relationship, specialized knowledge, or close relationship to an affected person to disclose. Starting on my right, Mr. Urha.
I have not.
Ms. Bush.
I have not.
Ms. France. I have not. Mr. Smith, Ms. Robinson,
I've
Mr.
not.
George. Based on the disclosures you've heard from council members, I'd invite any party to this matter if you have an objection for a council member to participate in this hearing. Seeing none, before we continue, I'll recognize Ms. Silverstein, Mr. Silverstein.
Mrs. Silverstein.
It's not Mrs. Strickland.
Long day.
Mr.
Long
Silverstein.
Mrs. Silverstein's been married for close to 50 years, so. I would like to point out for the council members and also for those who are here that this is a little bit unusual in that it is a continued hearing. That means, and I believe all the council members were at the prior hearing. That means there is no necessity to repeat testimony that was given before. That is already in the record. It is appropriate to review that testimony and perhaps summarize it, but it is not necessary and it is frowned upon to repeat testimony that has already been given. So the focus this evening should be on new evidence that was not presented at the last hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. Mr. Silverstein. So at this time, I'll open the quasi-judicial public hearing that has been continued and recognize Mr. Hales of our staff who will introduce the item.
Thank you again.
Reintroduce the item.
As you've already mentioned, this is a continuation of a hearing on a requested drive-through car wash and fuel canopy from your December 6, 2018 meeting, and staff will briefly outline the changes to the plan since that meeting before turning it over to the applicant. So if you remember, the original layout included a 4,100 square foot car wash tunnel adjacent to Campbell Road. A vacuum canopy with 8 parking spaces separated the car wash from the 12 fueling stations on the western side of the site, shown here in blue. The revised site layout is essentially the same. The 3 areas shown here in red have been changed from striped asphalt to landscape areas, and they total about 1,100 square feet of additional landscape area. Additionally, a pedestrian path shown here in red was delineated across the vehicular use area. This concludes staff's summary of the changes to the plan since the December meeting, and we will return after the applicant and other interested speakers have provided testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. At this time, I'll call on the applicant's attorney to present arguments and evidence in support of the application by addressing the applicable approval criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Grace Stiers. My address is 434 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. It's my privilege tonight to serve as counsel and to summarize the evidence in the record on behalf of the applicant, Sam's Express Car Wash. I have with me witnesses that testified last time. I will not have them repeat their opinions. That is already in the record, but I would like to introduce them because they and talk about the documents that have properly been pre-presented to the council per your request, and they're here to authenticate those documents and to provide cross-examination or questions by council about the basis of the opinions that you heard at the last council meeting. I have Mr. Chris Morgan here, who is the Director of Development for Sam's Express. Mike Hill is here as well. Mike is the Chief Operating Officer, has been for over 10 years for Sam's Express, really worked on the concept of the car wash and is very familiar with its operations. Mr. Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn is here as a traffic engineer who had done the TIA and has provided supplemental testimony. He will be the one witness I will probably call in addition to myself as part of our case in chief tonight. And then Mr. Rich Kirkland, who was sworn in last time. He is an MAI real estate appraiser who provided his opinion last time. Also, Mr. Jeremy Roberts, our civil engineer who actually prepared the plans. The one person who was sworn in additional tonight is my colleague, Ms. Hayes Finley, who is an environmental attorney with the law firm of Fox Rothschild, who is very familiar with the Department of Environmental Quality regulations, Phase 1 site assessments, and may be called upon to both enroll as expert witness as well as counsel tonight in some of the issues that may come that you asked about last time, that we want to present supplemental information in that regard. Before I start my slides, you've heard this already, but I want to give a little background about the fact that a lot of the discussion at the last hearing were about the uses, or about the use of the gasoline filling pumps, about the use of the car wash. And when I met with Mr. Lucier, as I promised you that I would, and we met for well over 45 minutes, we provided about half of this notebook to him. I think Mr. Morgan's got a copy of it tonight. He may refer to it. I provided a copy of that to Mr. Lucier to try to address his concerns. The discussion was about the use and his objections to the use, and ultimately that we would not be able to receive his support if the use involved gasoline filling pumps. And I won't belabor the point that the uses are permitted uses in this district. So the uses that were a lot of the discussion last time, the filling pumps, the car wash are permitted uses in the GC district here. We also had discussion, and you had some good questions about, do we really have to be here? Is this a drive-through use? And I've gotten some clarification on that. The car, as it's going through the car wash, it has to be in neutral. If there is a person sitting in the driver's seat, it does not have to be. They cannot touch the steering wheel. They cannot touch the accelerator. They cannot touch the brake. Staff has taken the interpretation that that is a drive-through use, subject to your review and approval of the site plan. We respectfully disagree. We've communicated our objection to Town Council. I make it again tonight. We do not believe that it should be classified as a drive-through use, but having made that objection, we are glad to go through with tonight's hearing as a continuation, subject to, consistent with staff's interpretation of this being a drive-through use. But I wanted to clarify that we do not believe it's a drive-through use because it is not driven through the car wash. And your use table makes no reference of anything that would be what would be a drive-through or non-drive-through car wash. So we are presenting tonight as evidence in the case this information. You will be relieved to know that I'm not going to go through this page by page. All of this was submitted to you as part of your agenda packet from staff. But I do feel like for clarity of the record, I need to summarize what is in here, and the witnesses who are prepared to testify, if you wanted to ask questions, I'm not going to call all of them. I want to summarize that. The table of contents is very helpful in that regard, and I've handed to your clerical copies for everyone of the table of contents that I'm just going to refer to. It was part of the submittal that you received earlier. It just helps me, and I think will make the transcript clearer in that regard. The first section of the table of contents, the first documents that I presented as evidence behind Roman numeral 1, were prepared by Eagle Engineering. Mr. Jeremy Roberts, our civil engineer, is here. He can authenticate all of that information. He prepared it, or it was prepared under his supervision, and is here to answer questions about that information. It consists of the full site plan drawings dated January 28, 2019. It's worth noting, it was in the staff report, there were some other comments about the lighting and the sign. There's yet one more round of plans, but they do not affect the site layout or the site plan that you would be approving tonight. But there is yet one more, a 7th round of comments that is currently with staff. Part of those is the landscape plan, which is behind tab B. And then the site plan rendering, which is a 2D aerial, which is what Mr. Hells showed earlier, and I'll show in just a moment. A 3D rendering of the facility, which I'll show you in the slides in a moment, is 1D of the table of contents. 1E is approval by Mr. Jensen, the Director of Transportation, regarding the minimum required separation from unsignalized intersection that I did present at the last hearing in questioning Mr. Jensen. And F is the resume of Mr. Roberts, qualifying him as an expert witness to these facts. Roman numeral 2 in the table of contents consists of the resume of Mr. Travis Flewitt, PE, the project manager at Kimley Horn, who did the traffic impact assessment. His affidavit with his opinion that he testified to is the second document, 2B. What I did not present in advance last time, as you may remember, but I wanted you to have it tonight, is the actual TIA that he performed, which is behind 2C, this document here, which was his analysis of the traffic at this location, and all of the background simulations and information that he did to prepare and reach his opinion. You ask for a supplemental, what we are calling a supplemental school traffic report, for him to analyze the traffic during the school hours. He has done that. That's behind tab 2C. And then 2D are highlights of the TIA, so I won't have to go through this stack page by page that I'll be showing on the slides in a moment. Behind tab Roman numeral 3, the real estate impact investigation prepared by Mr. Rich Kirkland. You have there the resume of Mr. Kirkland, qualifying him as an expert witness, and his property impact opinion set forth in a letter dated June 20th, 2018, and Mr. Kirkland is here to be cross-examined or answer questions of the council regarding the real estate impact opinion that he presented at the last meeting. There were lots of questions, and I'll talk in some detail because it's new information about environmental assessment. I will show slides that refer to the Phase 1 environmental site assessment, which is Roman numeral 4, tab 1. Mr. Mike Hill, the COO of SAMS, on behalf of SAMS that requested that assessment and received it, is here to testify about facts and statements in that assessment, if you have them, as well as Ms. Finley as an environmental attorney. You had a number of questions that are set forth in a PowerPoint slide that are 4B regarding specific questions asked. And then there's a photograph that I thought would be interesting to show this site in 1968 to give you some historic background, and that's behind tab 4C. Tab 4D through K, I may not need to present tonight. That's in the form of rebuttal testimony, depending upon what other testimony is presented. Also, I told Mr. Lucier that I would present to you everything I gave to him to try to address his concerns, and that's why it's also here in the record before you. I wanted the record to be complete. It includes the Town of Cary utilities map, which you may take administrative notice. It comes from the town itself. The mitigation credit transfer certificate, Mr. Roberts can testify to, as well as the underground stormwater detention system drawings. Mr. Roberts can also discuss those as well. The car wash filtration system drawings is behind 4G, about the way the water is reused and filtered at the site. And Mr. Mike Hill can talk about that if you have questions. The car wash detergent manufacturer statement regarding product information, since that was raised last time and we wanted to address that. Mr. Hill can testify to each of the remaining items behind room number 4, including the information about the double wall fuel tank that would be installed at this location at 4I of the information presented. 4J, the petroleum tank specifications and certificate of compliance. And K, the fueling drawings, cover sheet, tank sections and details and tank sub details in the event that you deem that that information is relevant and should be presented to you for purposes of making sure the record is complete. Behind tab number 5, in the notebook, I took 26 pictures so I can testify to their accuracy of what they illustrate, and I will show a few of those tonight, but not many, but I'll show a few of those to try to illustrate some of the points that we would like to make. And behind tab number 6, you may take judicial notice of 3 sections of the ordinance that we may be referring to tonight, which is the permitted use table, which I've already referred to in the general commercial district. The ordinance standards for use specifically for filling pumps and for car washes that you have in your ordinance, and your site approval criteria, which you know well, the 6 criteria at 3.9.2. So that is how the evidence is identified and labeled pursuant to the table of contents. These are the witnesses that are here to authenticate and be asked questions about that information. And to make sure that the record is clear, I'd like at this time that the information that has been previously submitted and that I have summarized be submitted into the record as evidence in this case.
Thank you.
The first slide that's before you is a photo that comes from the actual environmental assessment, but I thought it was a good portrayal of the area, which is a good starting point and orientation. However, there is one inaccuracy on this map that I wanted to highlight because I also think it is very relevant to the considerations that you have tonight, and that is the identification on the right-hand side of the Campbell Road Nursery. As you will well remember, less than 8 months ago, back in July, this council unanimously approved the rezoning of that parcel for a self-storage unit. In that report, and this seemed to be a good enough time as any to point out, staff's observation was that the proposed rezoning would allow replacement of the Campbell Road Nursery with a mini storage facility. The site lies in a mostly commercial area along Tryon Road. South of the site, along Campbell Road, are a cemetery and a number of single-family homes on large wooded lots of generally 1 acre or larger in size. The cemetery and the large wooded lots and distance from the subject site offer a degree of protection from the proposed mini storage facility and is not likely to have a significant impact on neighborhood character. The council rezoned that property to an industrial classification, the industrial conditional use district, and the traffic and the analysis with regards to whether or not a TIA would be required was based upon an assumption of a 90,000 square foot building at this location, up to 35 feet tall, plus additional footage under the industrial permit. So this council has already recognized, the staff has already observed the characteristics of the site as a commercial area, and the site plan has been presented to the town for that self-storage building, and considering the surrounding area and what's there now, which is shown on this picture, and what is coming, which is that large self-storage building, is relevant to the issues of harmony with the area and some of the criteria, and I thought it was worth starting with the status quo current situation as illustrated by that drawing. Then this is what Mr. Hale showed earlier. This is the site plan rendering 2D that has been colorized to show the impervious and pervious surfaces, and specifically the landscaping. As I noted last time, there are 80 trees that will be on this location if this is approved and constructed, plus 200 shrubs around the entire perimeter of the parcel. Currently, this property is not consistent with the streetscape requirements of Cary, as noted in the staff report, but this landscaping will greatly enhance the site and the appearance from all angles. Operationally, this is a layout that works, that functions well for our customers, as well worked well for our customers at other locations. Sam's has operated, as you heard, 23 car washes at other locations, and they have a number, I'm not sure how many currently in development, but a number in development. They have learned over the years, of the 10 years, what works, what doesn't, what customers like, what customers don't like, and functionally this works. And we have limitations as to what we can do that functions well. But I will notice that that other issues we're very flexible on. There is a staff comment observation about the color of the palette, for example. And I will say right now, we are glad to change the brick to any color this council would like for us to. We submitted the brighter red that Sam's typically uses in our very first submittal. And the comment that we received back from staff Desmond Corley was to tone that down to a Pantone PM18 and the Benjamin Moore color, the heritage red, rather than a more brighter red, which we did, as well as went to the most neutral brick that was that we then put in those plans. Those plans have now been pending for a number of months, and no one's presented any comments or objections. But with regards to color of brick and those architectural issues, we are glad to make those modifications if that is the will of the council. So what does it look like as currently proposed? Here is a 3D rendering of the site from an elevated viewpoint looking to the south with the car wash to the left, and we're looking kind of across, I think that's Franklin Springs Lane in the foreground. The vacuum canopy that is there, and then the fueling pumps to the right. Again, with the additional landscaping that is proposed for this site, and kind of illustrates, we have used a very neutral palette here, and we believe this layout would function very, very well based upon our experience.
Excuse me, go back to the
Yes,
previous picture for a second.
Yes, sir. That one?
Just trying to get myself aligned to the
Tryon,
triangle. Yeah.
Yeah. Tryon Road's at the very top.
Okay.
Then there's a triangle beneath
so when you
that.
go to your picture with the canopies,
you're looking from the north.
You're looking from.
We're looking from the north to the south. So the shopping center is in the background there.
Okay.
And you would be kind of over what was the old Swift Creek Grocery.
You've enhanced that Swift Creek Grocery tremendously.
Yeah, well, kind of assuming that that's no longer there. We didn't know what to put in the foreground because we have no idea what will be there in the future.
Yeah.
Does that kind of orient you, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, this would be the view looking from basically the corner of Franklin Springs Lane and Campbell. So I'm going to go for orientation. So basically from this corner here, looking to the southwest, and I'll show this in another photograph, has this view of the car wash as proposed, with color palette proposed, with the landscaping as proposed, looking across, again, Franklin Springs Road. The one inaccuracy on this is that there is a median right here that will remain right there to prevent cars from turning left, and I do want to highlight that. But this was done based upon the site plan and the landscaping plan. Then the third rendering showing the landscaping and showing the canopy is basically looking to the southeast, from from Franklin Springs Lane. So if you were at this location here, looking in that entrance in that direction, that would be basically that viewpoint of the car wash building there and the fuel pumps at that location. Now, traffic is certainly an important issue for the criteria, and again, we have, and a lot of the information and documentation we presented to you. So I'll have Mr. Fullitt come up in a moment, but I'll just highlight the hundreds of pages of documents that are in evidence, namely that the counts at the intersection of Tryon and Jones Franklin Road, the intersection, confirm the peak hours analyzed in the TIA are in fact the heaviest travel times. Sam's traffic would account for 0.7, less than 1% of the total traffic at the intersection in the AM peak hour and 1.1 in the PM peak hour. And this makes assumptions based upon modeling of a standard convenience store gas station. And as Mr. Fullitt will explain, they are not accurate because they overestimate the traffic, and he can explain that in more detail. The actual traffic based upon actual experience of Sam's are much less than the modeling assumptions he used to come up with these calculations in his TIA, but this is the use that typically transportation engineers use for modeling. Those levels do not change the current level of service at the intersection, so the level of service will stay the same. The average weight per vehicle, and I don't want to belabor this because Mr. Floyd will be happy to answer questions and he's the expert, it actually decreases the wait time 0.8 of a second because you've got some of the traffic that's actually being diverted into the car wash at that point based upon his modeling. In the PM peak hour, the average wait time per vehicle increases only 0.7 seconds based upon, again, the modeling that has done, and that has been reviewed by your transportation department and staff as well. What's unique about this site is the next point that I did not emphasize at the last hearing, so this is new information because we did a new model. Franklin Springs Lane is traveled by no more than 5 vehicles during any hour. It is a public street, is a Cary public street, but it is not used. I spent about an hour and a half out there taking photographs. I saw one car go down it, and there was a service vehicle and a U.S. mail truck parked there for the hour and a half I was there. But what's important about Franklin Springs Lane is that it allows access into and out of the Sam's Express with no stacking issues whatsoever. It's actually used as the entrance and with no stacking, no congestion back on to Jones Franklin Road or coming out at that, because Franklin Springs Lane isn't being used currently and would be used by customers at the car wash. It's a unique situation and it works very well for a site that is such as this. Finally, we have analyzed traffic during school days, beginning and end times. It was analyzed by Kimberly Horn. It is in the supplemental report in your evidence, and Mr. Floyd will talk a little bit about this, and concludes that vehicles from Sam's facility will have an insignificant impact on vehicular or pedestrian access, movement, circulation, or arrangement of area schools. So we have analyzed it. It is less than the peak hour. When I went out and met with Mr. Lucier at the site, I was there from 3 until 4, so when I left while the elementary school was letting out. And yes, I saw the queuing in the right-hand lane of Tryon Road. There's no denying that. There was free passage in the left-hand lane. There was no delays at the light. And given the very minimal cars that are going to be coming in at that time of day, it will not have a significant impact on the school traffic. In fact, Mr. Hill will testify that based upon the Sam's Express experiences at other locations, at some locations almost 50% of their weekly business occurs on Saturdays and Sundays. When do you get your car wash? It's on Saturdays and Sundays. And then the highest hours during the weekdays are around lunchtime, and when there's daylight savings time at 6 o'clock to sunset times at the end of the day. So those are the highest times of folks coming to and from based upon actual experiences of Sam's Express. So, you know, again, we modeled worst case scenarios as if it were a gasoline convenience station with assumptions worse than actual, and it showed no significant impact on traffic whatsoever. Now, the next concern were the environmental questions. And I'm glad we have come back. I resisted the continuance last time, and for this reason, I'm glad that we are back. Because you remember Mr. Morgan was standing next to me, and he had his phone, and we were trying to figure out what the situation was because we were absolutely surprised, taken by surprise and floored by the allegations that there was environmental contamination that would affect our site. And we couldn't understand that. We weren't prepared for that. It wasn't consistent with any of the documents that we had. So we have gone back and done an assessment. We were trying to look on the phone, and Mr. Morgan noted that the removal of the tanks at the old Swift Creek grocery store had been removed, and there were closures, and the soil had been remediated and removed, and there were closure samples taken and monitoring wells and natural attenuation, and therefore we assumed that there was closure of the site from a regulatory basis. And that is not true, and I'm glad I'm back to complete to make sure that the record is clear on that regard. That when they closed the active remediation, when they removed the tanks, there was no contamination from the walls of the tanks, but there were in the very bottom where they excavated, and you don't want to excavate too much. It disturbs the ground too much. But so there was the groundwater contamination there, and there are monitoring wells that are sunk there today, and there is no contamination on this parcel that is subject to this site plan approval whatsoever. There's no environmental condition, recognized environmental condition involving our property. That's what we knew. We were confused. We said, well, maybe if there had been some contamination, it had to have been closed because we know there's no environmental contamination on our property whatsoever. And the documentation we've presented to you tonight is to that effect. Yes, there was contamination and is contamination now on the adjacent site. It is not on our site. I'll show you in a moment what we've concluded, that those tanks were installed in the 1965, 66, 67 area. There are very few underground storage tanks that were installed in the 60s that did not leak. They were removed extensively in the 90s and 2000s. New technology at this point in time to prevent those types of incidents from occurring. But you know, the assessment that is done and that is in the evidence proves that and this is the next point, remediation was performed and the contamination from the adjacent parcel is fully defined after it spread slightly in the direction to the southwest of the property towards Jones Franklin and not towards Campbell. And both the vertical extent and the horizontal extent have been fully and completely delineated by the analysis been done. And based upon monitoring well sampling that's been done since 2008, because this is not a closed site, it is being monitored, and there's a monitoring well on Sam's property that is clean, has always been clean. There's no groundwater or soil contamination that's been detected whatsoever on this property. So I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to come back and set the record straight as to what the history was in that regard. How do we know that when that tank was installed? In the report, it's amazing, some aerial photographs, what this site looked like in 1968. There's a photograph from 1962 or 63 that shows no pump. But if you will look, there where I've just pointed the cursor were the fuel pumps at that location. They didn't show up in the previous photo, but they showed up in 1968 at that location. Here's the Sam's property now. And here is a map of the monitoring wells as well as the gradient. And the impact study report shows that the area of contamination was beneath and slightly to the southwest of the tank pit. There's contamination in monitoring well number 1 and monitoring well number 4. There has never been at any time contamination whatsoever in monitoring well number 7 on the Sam's property or monitoring well number 8 on the Breaks Plus property. So, you know, I wanted to now whether this is even relevant at all, I felt like I needed to address it because the council had questions about it, and there was information provided that I think needed to be corrected on the record. And again, we'll be happy to answer more questions regarding that, but I wanted to make sure the record was set straight. Finally,
Mr. Stiers, under whose auspices were the wells installed?
It was, I mean, the owner was Cary Oil. And ATC... Did a governmental entity require them to install the monitoring wells? That would have been consistent with DEQ regulations. That is correct. There were reports to DEQ and a remediation plan that was approved by DEQ, and the remediation plan called for those monitoring wells. Yes, sir.
And do those remain on site? Are those wells there now, and do they remain active and being monitored by some governmental?
Well, I mean, they are monitored, and I may ask Ms. Finley to step in here. They are monitored, and the results of the monitor are reported to DEQ, is my understanding. Okay. So yes, they will not be moved. They will not be disturbed. Okay. We have to design around it because they are still being monitored, and the reports are reported to. I think I read in the report. Again, it was a thick report that they're monitored semi-annually. And those reports are provided to DEQ. And every report that's ever been presented has ever shown any contamination. And we're responsible. I mean, we now own the property. We're responsible to make sure we do nothing on that property that's going to result in any contamination or any movement of that plume whatsoever.
You mentioned wells 1, 4, 7, and 8. You didn't mention 5. Has anything ever been detected in 5, which is still a little southwest?
I don't remember. I don't want to testify under oath to what I don't remember. Okay. I believe 1, 4, and 6D right here show decreasing levels of contamination. It's in the evidence. It speaks for itself. I don't want to testify to what I don't recall off the top of my head.
Thank you.
So in the large binder that has been presented evidence are 26 photographs. I took about 50. I took about 26 and put them into evidence. There's a few I just want to show you to make sure again the record is clear. And these are the 26 that are in the evidence, been presented evidence. And this is the view from Jones Franklin Road. To the extent there was questions about the visibility and view, the entire Sam's warehouse, Sam's car wash is completely behind the Breaks Plus location here, entirely. Now, I've been accused in the past when hearings have come up in the fall of taking pictures when there were trees on the leaves. Perhaps you've heard folks criticize people for doing that. Well, I can't be criticized for doing that this time. This is the most exposed time of the year. And all of the structures for the Sam's Express Car Wash will be behind the Breaks Plus here as you're coming up and around that curve on Jones Franklin Road.
But your elevation, okay, we'll wait for elevation later.
I think we are a little higher than the Breaks Plus. We are considerably lower than the canopy of the top of the canopy of those trees. But no, the elevation, I think 7 or 8 feet higher. Then
the high part of Breaks Plus or then the front office?
I'm sorry?
There's 2 elevations on Breaks Plus.
I think we're 7 or 8 feet above the elevation of Breaks Plus.
The highest part of Breaks Plus.
Well, not here, but and Jeremy's looking that up, but actually the elevation of Breaks Plus, there will be an incline because all those trees are Breaks Plus, and then the trees at the top of that bank will all remain. We're not cutting down any of those trees that are there. And Jeremy may be confirming that. I think it is also the slope. The slope when you say elevation, it slopes from the shopping center up to Tryon Road. as well. So again, that's why I don't want to testify to what I'm not sure of, but I believe the elevation will be higher than the ground level of Breaks Plus. And Jeremy, what? About 8? I guess. Well, I remembered seeing it was about 8 feet higher. But again, you can see the mature trees that are there and that would remain there. Again, as you enter into the shopping center, again, the structures generally are still going to be behind the Breaks Plus and behind those existing trees that will remain in place as you enter the shopping center. At the very far end, well, even if you go back to look at our site plan, there's nothing on this end of the site, quite frankly. So the structures are not even going to be visible as you enter into and you see the Breaks Plus there in front of you. Again, the Breaks Plus has the gray top and the brick bottom. We're glad to do whatever you wish with regards to palette and brick colors. This is just a view across the parking lot to the site. To the extent that there were concerns about an unbroken view of parking and of cars. Again, this is the current view as it exists today. We believe our site actually breaks up the sight lines with more vegetation and more interest than what's currently there at the shopping center. Again, from the other entrance onto Campbell Road, another view back up towards the Sam's Express property. And then you may remember the 3D rendering I showed earlier. This is from the corner of Tryon and Campbell. Again, you can see how it drops off, and it's worth noting that the road drops from Tryon down, so the elevation of Sam's Express is going to be considerably below the elevation of Tryon. Again, this is kind of the same, this rendering is about the same place as where I took this picture here. Again, this was the service vehicle and the U.S. mail truck that stayed there for an hour, and then I saw one car, and there's just no travel whatsoever. You'll also, again, from a pedestrian perspective, there will be walks that are installed at this along here, and this will be much more pedestrian friendly than it currently is. Again, there's no denying that Tryon Road is a busy road, but it is also one where vehicular services are particularly appropriate. And this is the view from across Tryon Road, and shows again how the elevation of the car wash will be considerably below the elevation and less visible. And most of these trees will, not all, but most of these trees will remain in place, and there will be new trees planted for those that are taken out, for example, for the sidewalks that are put in. Again, this is from the intersection of the Jones Franklin. This is the old grocery store where the fuel pumps were right there. Again, showing that this is appropriate for vehicular uses at this location. Again, I took this picture to show the tree canopy. Again, this is basically from where Franklin Springs turns off of Jones Franklin. And again, this tree canopy and this vegetation all remains behind the Breaks Plus. And again, the Breaks Plus obviously a vehicular service use at this location. So, and I think is a relevant consideration in the determination of harmony. So that concludes my presentation. Here,
Mr. Stires, did you skip Roman numeral 3, or did I miss it? Real estate impact investigation.
Well, I thought I identified it.
Could you quickly summarize what your appraiser indicated was the impact on the value of adjacent properties?
And be glad for him to testify to himself. Behind Roman numeral 3A is the resume of Mr. Kirkland as an MAI appraiser, and then his report is 3B. And it discusses the area around the site as a commercial use, and concludes that on the basis of the factors described above, it is my professional opinion that the proposed project will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be developed and have no negative impact on adjoining property values. And that's the report behind Roman numeral 3B. And again, if necessary for rebuttal, he's here to explain in more great detail, because he has not only viewed this as from a purely appraisal perspective, but he is very familiar with the site personally and has been for years using the services in this area because he used to live here. So he's very familiar with the area. He's also looked at other car washes, not for Sam's necessarily. I think this is his first Sam's, but he's looked at other car washes and the impacts that support his conclusion that this is out parcel 1 and out parcel 2 for that shopping center. He'll also testify that he's looked at a 1,000-foot radius, 75 acres, and there are 5 houses, maybe 10 in that area. So from a perspective of this being properly and correctly identified by staff and the rezoning of the storage facility as a commercial area, that is also borne out by the facts of the area, and that Mr. Kirkland has looked at the uses in the area, and the fact that there are often vehicular services are clustered. You will often find them at intersections and along thoroughfares. So you have, and I will point to this here, so you have the Brakes Plus here, you have the car wash, and our experience has been for those who are having their car washed, there's a discount for the fuel, and typically people go primarily for the car wash, and then but while they're there, they'll also fuel up their car while they're there anyway, and they'll get the discount for having gone through the car wash. Here are the existing mature trees that were on those photographs that will remain. Here are the additional trees that will be planted there. Here are the existing trees that will remain along Franklin Springs Road. Here are the new sidewalks constructed and the pedestrian connections that will connect with this sidewalk, and that will connect to also the sidewalk here as well for pedestrian movement on the site, as well as the new pedestrian way that we have put in place after meeting with staff and discussing what are options and listening to the concerns you raised at the last hearing, the first part of this hearing. I'd be glad to answer any additional questions because you asked specifically for a supplemental traffic analysis by Mr. Fluitt. That is new information, so I would like Mr. Fluitt to testify as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn and Associates here on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Stiers stole most of my thunder, so I will endeavor to be brief and only hit a couple of points. There were questions about the peak hours that we studied and concerns that maybe we had not captured the peak hours in this area due to the proximity of Swift Creek Elementary School. So we went out and did some additional traffic counts to supplement that, and did confirm that the peak hours are in fact in the 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. windows that we originally studied. Specifically, the intersection of Tryon and Jones Franklin peaks from 7:15 to 8:15 a.m. and 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. I also obtained the traffic count from the Town of Cary's website at the intersection of Tryon and Yates Mill Pond from May of 2016. And that intersection, right adjacent to the school, also peaks from 7:15 to 8:15 a.m. and then from 5 to 6 p.m. So we are capturing the peak traffic periods at these intersections. As Mr. Stiers had mentioned, our impacts to these sites are minimal, and this is based on, per town staff's direction, we analyze this site as a gas station, primarily with 12 fueling positions. However, counts done at the Sam's Express location in Wake Forest show much lower volumes than a gas station use. The site in Wake Forest generated 40 a.m. trips and approximately 90 p.m. peak hour trips, versus the gas station, per our study, we analyzed 124 a.m. trips and 168 p.m. peak hour trips. So this, you suspect to generate only 30% to 50% of the traffic that we actually analyzed in the TIA. So the percent impact numbers that we are quoting are from the TIA, but they will likely be even lower than what we were referencing here. Mr. Stiers also noted this site is expected to peak in the off periods of the street traffic, so when traffic on the streets are even lower. And Franklin Springs Lane, we went out and did a 24-hour daily traffic count, put a tube out on the road to capture the full day, and there were 39 vehicles on Franklin Springs. That is a two-way volume. The most surprising thing about that to me is that there were even 39 vehicles on that road, because as Mr. Steyer mentioned, it is a right in, right out on either end. So really, I mean, the only way you would go down the road is kind of if you were lost. You're making right turns and you could just go in a loop all day long or go in a loop around this way, but you can't make a left. So I'm not entirely sure where people were going. But the traffic on that road is obviously minimal, and the site will not significantly impact that road. And as I mentioned, we looked at the impacts to the school, Swift Creek Elementary School, adjacent to the site. That school, the first bell is from 9:15, the last bell is at 3:45. During the peak drop-off and pickup periods, for most schools, is about a 30-minute window. This site would add approximately 4 trips on eastbound Tryon Road in front of the site in the AM peak pickup and drop-off period, and only roughly 6 trips on eastbound Tryon in the PM peak pickup and drop-off period. And that's less than a 1% increase in traffic on Tryon Road. As Mr. Stiers mentioned, the gas station is not the primary use of the site, is an ancillary use to the car wash. You do get a discount for gas when you get a car wash at the Sam's Express sites. There are multiple access points to disperse the traffic, which is why we have such a minimal impact at these intersections. And there is a lot of traffic in this area. This is a very busy part of Cary, which is why a vehicle service oriented use makes sense at this location. These gas stations, car washes are driven towards sites that generate a lot of what we call pass-by traffic that is already on the road. People are not going out of their way like, hey honey, it's 5 o'clock, I'm gonna go out on Jones Franklin and get a car wash. I'm doing this on my way home when it's convenient. And then, as Mr. Steyer mentioned as well, we are adding sidewalks on 3 of the 4 sides of the site to enhance pedestrian connectivity and access. The only side is the side that abuts the tire store. And I don't need to rehash my opinions, right?
Okay. Unless you want to state your criteria.
Yeah, I've got 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, so the criteria is that the site provides safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists and prevents a dangerous arrangement of pedestrians and vehicular ways. I do believe that is the case here. It is my opinion that is the case. The plan provides safe ingress and egress for emergency services. The multiple access points do help ensure that. And then the plan provides mitigation for traffic congestion impacts reasonably expected to be generated by the project. The impacts from the site will be negligible in this area. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I could go on for another hour or so, but I don't think that was in anyone's best interest. Our opinions are in the record. I would reserve the right to present rebuttal evidence depending upon what other testimony you may hear, and would like the ability to conclude with a summation at the end. But with the evidence presented at the last hearing and as supplemented today, I think we have demonstrated that we meet all of the 6 criteria required for a site plan approval. We've met our evidentiary burden with competent material and substantial evidence, and we ask that it be approved. Again, I think I've moved all of the information that was previously presented to council into evidence that has been accepted, which we appreciate. And again, any of our witnesses that are here that I've introduced to you and that can authenticate and or testify to the documents are here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stiers. This time I'll invite speakers who have been sworn in who wish to speak in support of the application to approach the podium. Anyone else to speak in support? Seeing no one, do we need to cross-examine anything so far? All right. I'll open the hearing to those opposed to the request. As a reminder to those testifying, please limit your testimony to facts that you know. The applicant's representative has a right to object to your testimony. He or she may object while you're speaking. They have the right to do that. Our contractual attorney, who's sitting beside me, I'll just say this is going to be very aggressive because I am very limited in knowledge on this matter. And so he may object to testimony. We can only consider evidence from expert witnesses, and our contractual attorney will determine who's an expert witness. Yes.
Hello, good evening. I'm Catherine Lucier, and I live very near the property or the site proposed here. I am not an expert, so I will limit myself only to my observations of facts. The first of which is that the appraisal dated June 20th, that's in evidence, in fact references a traffic study and the conclusions there that are dated 20 days later on July 10th. And I'd like the council to ask how the appraiser was able to make his determinations based on a traffic study that did not exist yet. Secondly, the appraisal limits his conclusions to, quote, adjoining property values, whereas the LDO requires that, quote, nearby properties be studied. I'd ask the council to ask the appraiser why he limited himself to adjoining properties only. And finally, the appraisal states, quote, the proposed car wash presents no potential hazardous waste byproducts as part of normal operation. I consider this to be a non-factor in the impact analysis, end quote. However, no expert assessment is cited in the appraisal, and the appraiser himself was not submitted or presented as an expert in hazardous materials. I'd like the council to ask him what basis he used to determine a lack of hazardous materials at the car wash and the fueling station, and what items that are explicitly referenced as hazards in evidence right now, such as fuels, ground contamination, and an array of toxic chemicals, were considered by the appraiser. And in summary, I believe that this shows that the appraisal does not comply with section 3.9.2I, number 2 of the LDO, and should be deemed incompetent and removed from evidence.
The last part you can't say.
You can say it, but the council can't consider it.
Understood.
Okay, that's a legal argument.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Kate Bartos, and I live near the proposed site, and I have been a resident of the Campbell Road neighborhood for 23 years. With respect to harmony and unity with the existing nearby properties, I do not believe that the proposed plan provides harmony and unity with the surrounding community. There are 3 3D renderings of the project, all labeled item 1D, rendering of facility 3D number 3, 2, and 1. I would like to make some points about those renderings. The 3D renderings are trimmed and oriented to prevent any direct visual comparison between the 2-story car wash and the surrounding 1-story commercial and residential structure.
Ms. Bartos, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but harmony used in the sense that it's used in the LDO does not refer to one building looking like another building. It refers to the zoning, and this use is a special use permit because it meets the zoning requirements. So harmony is really already taken care of in terms of the application being for a use that is permitted. The only thing that is before the council really is the drive-through aspect of it.
Okay. So the unity portion with the surrounding community has nothing to do then with scale and height. That's
essentially correct.
Okay. The elevation on the site, on the empty lot site, where the tower will be, rises from 471 to 484 feet. The tower itself will actually be at that point that's approximately 484 feet. So that's going to add an additional 13 feet to the already two-story structure. It's basically, I have nothing further to say than on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have cross-examination for this witness.
Okay.
I do. Your address is 3904 Skipton Court, is that correct? So,
Microphone.
I'm sorry. Your address is 3904 Skipton Court, is that correct? I'll hand you a document that's been marked Bartos Cross-Examination Exhibit 1 and ask if that accurately points with a red dot per Google Map approximately where your home is.
He's trying to prove that she doesn't live in the vicinity of
I don't think so.
Mr. Stowers, are you trying to establish that Ms. Bartos does not live in the vicinity of the site? Do you have a document that indicates how far she is from the site?
I do.
Can you say, ask her if it is correct that she lives approximately that distance from the site?
Based upon this map and the scale to this map and this being identified as the location of 3904 Skipton Court, would you agree that you live 6,500 feet from the proposed location, more than 6,500 feet away?
I have no knowledge of that, so I cannot respond.
Okay. Do you have any information that what's been marked cross-examined Bartos Exhibit 1 is incorrect?
I don't see Campbell Road on this, so I can't respond to this.
Okay. But you see Fordland Road, is that correct? And Campbell is south of Fordland, is it not?
Yes.
And then Tobermory is south of Campbell.
Yes.
And Skipton is off of Tobermory, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if this is the site identified, that's over 6,500 feet away on this scale from the proposed site, is it not, based upon this scale?
I think you've made your point.
I live over 6,000 feet away from the proposed site, and I care. I mean, what is that really relevant? I mean,
in the Campbell Road neighborhood.
If you're trying to help yourself, you're not doing a good job right now.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Gregory Lucier. I live nearby the site with my wife and two small children, far less than 6,000 feet away. A drinking water well on our property is our only source of water, and that well is located approximately 750 feet from the applicant's property. I spoke in opposition to this project on December 6th, and I remain opposed tonight, as I do not think the current plan avoids adversely impacting neighboring properties. After December 6th, I reached out to the applicant, offering to work cooperatively and in good faith to resolve my concerns with their proposal. Unfortunately, the applicant rejected my offer, and we are now moving ahead in opposition. As such, I'll speak tonight on two topics. The first, groundwater remediation and contamination, is a topic on which I was declared expert on December 6th, and I assume that status still holds tonight.
Mr. Lucier, let's talk about that for a minute.
Certainly.
Okay. The question is whether or not the groundwater contamination is something that is considered by the town of Cary in assessing whether or not this use would be permitted at this particular site. So perhaps we should have Mr. Hales address that at this time, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, because if it's not something that is within the town of Cary's jurisdiction, then it makes it irrelevant and not something that the council can consider.
We'd also like to be heard on that issue, Mr. Silverstein.
Going to have Mr. Flynn of our Stormwater Services Division speak to groundwater.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, groundwater contamination is handled by Division of Environmental Quality, Department of Waste Management. So they are regulating the adjacent site. They're also regulating this site because it has underground storage tanks. So as a result, we have no jurisdiction over that.
Would you state your name?
Matthew Flynn.
And when you say the agency that you identified, that's an agency of the state of North Carolina?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if Mr. Lucier had a concern about potential groundwater contamination from this site to his property, who should he address those concerns to?
Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Waste Management.
Okay. Thank you.
We'd also like to register our objection very briefly for the record, not have Ms. Finley address that as well with our formal objection, which I think probably should appropriately come from the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Hayes Finley, and I'm an environmental attorney with Fox Rothschild. And I'd just like to make a motion to exclude or strike any testimony, including any exhibits regarding the safety or use of underground storage tanks generally, or any fueling operations or detergents used by car washes on the basis that they are not relevant to the council's decision to approve or deny the applicant's site plan. Car washes and fueling stations are already permitted uses in this location. It's presumed that they require the use of underground storage tanks and detergents. Further detailed site plans and chemical lists are required to be provided during the construction plan review and building approval process, not the site plan approval process, which is why we're here tonight. First, USTs are highly regulated by the EPA and the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality through such statutes as the Oil Pollution and Hazardous Substances Control Act and the North Carolina Administrative Code's criteria and standards applicable to underground storage tanks. These are properly under the regulatory jurisdiction of the state, not individual municipalities, and are in fact regulated and enforced by the state. Second, the detergents used in the proposed car wash are typical for car washes and are highly regulated by federal and state agencies through the Toxic Substances Control Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the NPDES wastewater permitting, and the Town of Cary's sewer use ordinance, just to name a few. The document submitted by Mr. Lucier, titled Safety Data Sheets for each chemical compound used in the car wash, do not provide any guidance on the specific levels proposed to be used by the applicant, nor do they acknowledge the dilution of the chemicals that will be used or the water reclamation system that will be part of the applicant's car wash. Again, these chemicals are typical and common among car washes and are legally authorized to be used. The documents support only a generalized fear over the use of chemicals and do not pertain to any of the 6 criteria for the site approval plan requests before you tonight.
If we're not allowed to consider what Mr. Lucier is saying, why are we listening to what she is saying?
That point's well taken. So as far as your comments about the specific chemicals and detergents involved, isn't it your contention that that's irrelevant?
Yes.
Right. Okay. That point's made.
Make a formal motion to exclude evidence.
Mr. Lucier, you want to come back up? So it appears your concerns about groundwater contamination are better addressed to the state DEQ than to this council, which does not have jurisdiction over that issue. So what's your second point? You said you had 2 areas you wanted to discuss.
Can I point out factual inconsistencies in the applicant's earlier testimony from their own evidence?
With respect to what issue?
With respect to monitoring well 7 as they raised, which shows pollution on their property.
I think that's something you can take it up with DEQ. And if there's a problem on that property, it really doesn't matter what this council does. They won't be able to operate on that property.
So I would not be able to state in 2008 monitoring well 7 showed levels of lead higher
you just
than
did,
2L standards?
But the entity that can do something about that is DEQ, not the Cary Town Council.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that, and I'm pursuing this with DEQ.
Okay,
as
well, that's fine. Then you're doing that. So what's the second point that you wanted to make?
So just to clarify, I'm not allowed to speak at all on groundwater contamination. Is that correct in any capacity?
The reason that you are not permitted to pursue that particular issue is that it is regulated by the state of North Carolina, not by the Cary Town Council.
Very well. I will move along. So the second major area I was planning to discuss tonight are the safety data sheets in evidence. This topic would touch on occupational health and safety. Your building department reviews chemicals used on site during the building plan process, and I will restructure slightly since groundwater is no longer on the table, apparently. Would safety data sheets be something that can be discussed?
Safety with respect to the chemicals being used?
With respect to chemical safety and occupational safety, yes.
Again, I believe that that's a different jurisdiction that would have authority over that type of information, and not the LDO or the Cary Town Council. If I can be corrected, if the town would like to take an alternative position, that's fine, but it appears to me that this is not within the town of Cary's jurisdiction.
Mr. Silverstein, we'd like to have Donald Smith from our utilities group just briefly explain how they look at chemicals when they look at the sewer use ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Donald Smith, wastewater collection system manager with the town of Cary. Safety data sheets during normal building development review are reviewed by our pretreatment division, and it's solely to evaluate the constituents that would be discharged to the sewer system in the wastewater treatment plant, in which, you know, we would identify if there's any potential chemicals or concerns or constituents for the treatment and our compliance with our MPDS permit, our state and federal issued permit.
And at what stage is that done? At what point in the process?
The building construction plan review.
Okay. So if Mr. Lucier's concerns could be brought to your attention at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
I have a question. Maybe it's because we asked those questions and they were brought up before, but we allowed the applicant to go over all these things that he presented, and he entered them into evidence. And he entered them into evidence, but even if they're not germane, he entered them into evidence. But if he entered something incorrectly or there were inconsistencies, it seems like that should go on the record as well, because he put that in evidence, is what I'm asking.
Just as I mentioned with Ms. Finley, that towards the latter part of her presentation, she was getting, and as Mr. France pointed out, it was irrelevant. And I think anything that Mr. Stiers may have said with respect to the safety of groundwater was irrelevant.
Okay, okay.
So to clarify, no discussions on chemical safety will be relevant, is what I'm understanding.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
In this forum, but you do still have options with DEQ and with the town of Cary through the appropriate department at the construction stage.
As you may imagine, this dramatically shortens my statement from 3 pages of topics on the previous issues to something I can scrape together here. Am I allowed to discuss the letter that the applicant has submitted into evidence on their chemical safety?
quite frankly, Mr. Lucier, I think that this got out of hand at the last meeting. It came up, and it was probably, as I think everyone has indicated, wise to continue it so that the issues could be narrowed. And I think that now it appears that that any issues or questions or concerns surrounding groundwater contamination are better directed to the state of North Carolina DEQ than to the Cary Town Council.
In that case, let me simply say this: I will do just that. And I will also do that with all 26 other of Sam's Express car wash locations. And if concerns at those locations are scientifically justified, I will then begin examining all 23 Sam's Mart locations. What I have learned through this hearing process about this applicant with regards to their professionalism, shall we say, greatly disturbs me, and I feel this plan that has been presented is non-compliant with the requirement to adequately protect nearby properties. And if I'm not allowed to discuss groundwater or chemical safety, if those issues are not relevant here, then that will conclude my statement.
And I think you should absolutely know, Mr. Lucier, that that determination does not indicate a lack of concern by any member of this council. It is simply based on a recognition of the scope of their authority.
Yes, I am very familiar with pursuing remedial issues at an industrial scale, coal ash pits, nuclear facilities, and so forth. And I will say for the record that oftentimes the best course of action when dealing with a small, unsophisticated polluter is to simply shut them down. So, and with that, I will move along. Or I'd be delighted to entertain cross-examination.
Mr. Stires?
No.
Thank you.
I would like to address Dr. Lucier and just say that I do want to apologize for several times when you were addressed as Mr. Lucier. As a son of a PhD and a brother that's a PhD, I want to recognize that your expertise and apologize that we should be all addressing you as Dr. Lucier.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time.
I apologize too.
Anyone else to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, ask for cross-examination. All right, call on staff to provide professional observations.
Are we allowed, when would be an appropriate time for a council member to ask follow-up questions of a previous speaker?
We have a deliberative phase where we ask questions,
but not of staff or the applicant.
I think you can ask questions of anybody, right? Yeah.
Are we allowed at that point?
Through our deliberative time?
The mayor has a go-by, but the formal rules of evidence are relaxed in these types of proceedings, and you can do it at an appropriate time, really. So if you think it's appropriate now, you could always change your procedure.
Let's let staff present their final comments, and then we can have at it.
Okay. I'll be brief.
At 11:40.
Since staff's original observations remain part of the record, I'm going to focus only on the changes to the site since December. The new landscape areas, again outlined here in red, represent a reduction of 1.8% of the impervious surface area included on the previous plan. These new areas are predominantly long, thin strips, limiting them to being able to be planted with shrubs and ornamental grasses in the best case scenario, and portions are proposed solely as turf grass. In all, the 3 areas identified result in about 42 new shrubs and 2 new trees being installed. Staff believes the pedestrian path across the site intended to provide better connection between the 2 portions of the site will be of limited utility, honestly. Pedestrian connectivity between the 2 was never the concern. Instead, the site is laid out such that 2 vehicular-oriented uses remain separate and distinct unto themselves. Further, the pedestrian path is merely striped asphalt and not separated from the vehicular movements on the site, and this could increase the likelihood of adverse vehicular pedestrian interactions. And that's it for me. I believe Mr. Stires would like to conclude after you answer any questions.
So as we move into the deliberative phase, the first thing I want to thank is the citizens for being here. I want to talk to you about this process. I think this process is awful. We're stuck in it and we can't do anything about it. And I have asked staff to get us out of it. That's how bad it is. Because I have been elected by you to represent you, and I have to sit here and watch you not talk, which I think is very unfair. Very upset about that, and have been. And have been lectured not to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. But having said that, we have to follow the rules, which I know you understand. And so please excuse us. And like Mr. Silver said, this is not a reflection on what we think or what we believe. It's what we have to do. And I'm sorry for the process. And having said that, I want to open it up to my colleagues for deliberation and questions.
So there was a question by Ms. Lucier with regards to the observation.
Dr. Lucier?
No, no,
Oh,
Catherine.
Mrs. Lucier, okay.
Catherine, she has her own name. Who brought up a comment regarding the observation and facts with respect to the appraisal and some conclusions. And I was wondering if either Mr. Stiers or someone else would like to respond to that, because I thought that was an excellent point she made.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Bush, I was focused on something that had to do with the timing. Was the question? Yes. And I'll have Mr. Kirkland come up as well, since it's his report. But we were working and we had retained our expert witnesses. There were reports and draft reports and communications between our expert witnesses. I don't have a recollection of the conference calls that we may have had, but I'll see if Mr. Kirkland perhaps can help me recall my recollection. And but there was a preliminary report that was in draft form that I believe was circulated, but I'll let Mr. Kirkland.
There were actually two more, too. There were three. She had three questions. That's not the only one.
That's the first one.
Okay. So can I address them one at a time?
Sure.
If I may? So I prefer.
So, yeah, I mean, again, it was work in progress, and again, the assumption of the report would be that it would continue being no impact. If at any point, I'm sorry, I messed it up, sorry. If the, again, if the traffic study had come back with a different conclusion, it would void and I'd have to go back and relook at that. But again, the traffic impact, when it was in its final form, had no concerns.
So I'm trying to understand, are you saying that the date of the preliminary report that was done is different than the final report and it wasn't updated, or are you saying it was based on something?
It's based on ongoing conversations. I knew that where it was at that point, work in progress, that there was no impacts at that point. The report was finished with the assumption that that was going to be the final conclusion. If the final conclusion was different, then I would have to update my report.
And we were working with the town and DOT, if I'm not mistaken. There was some communications with the town with regards to the date of your report and what the steps that led to a final report in July.
Correct. But
what she said was that, and excuse me, but she said that the appraisal was dated June the 20th, and it referenced a report dated July the 10th. That's the question.
Right.
How did that happen?
There would have been drafts of this prior to. Yes, drafts of the traffic impact analysis were circulated to the team prior to finalization of it. I don't have the specific dates of when that happened with me, but I think that was what the appraiser was referring to.
Did you have meetings with, Mr. Floyd, did you have meetings with the town as you were preparing the analysis to confirm your assumptions and that you've done other work on other car washes for Sam's, I believe, that you had communications with the town in preparing drafts, if I'm not mistaken?
We did during the scoping process, but I don't recall that we submitted a draft report to the town.
I don't think you're answering the question. Here's the issue. Appraisal dated June 20 references a report dated July 10.
That the traffic impact assessment report, the date on that report in July was the final report, and Mr.
So the appraisal was amended by a report that was issued later. What it makes it look like is that his conclusions were based on a report that wasn't issued until after he had made his conclusions? That's the question.
No, there had been a report that had been circulated and reviewed for the assumptions that to ensure they were correct. That report was not finalized until July, but Mr. Kirkland had access to the earlier draft report.
So you took his report dated July 20th and added another report dated you took his report dated June 20th, and someone else added a report dated July 10th to it?
The report from the appraiser does not reference a date. It just says the traffic study generally. Okay. So yes. It doesn't say the traffic study from July 2018. It just says the traffic study shows. So I think it was based on a preliminary draft that was later finalized. So there's not a date on there that is in the future. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
Yes, sorry, I did not realize that you were confused over the date. Yeah, there's no reference to any date on the report in my impact analysis.
So that's one, again.
That was, number one, the
yes.
First question. There also was a discussion, and this actually occurred at the meeting we had in December, where there was a question about only looking at adjoining properties and not properties within the scope.
Sure. I can talk further about that. Again, adjacent properties is what I typically have been asked to look at as far as looking at nearby uses. If there's no impact on the property adjacent, it's very unlikely they're going to have something that expands out. But I can go further on that. Again, I realize the impact analysis submitted shows a limited scope analysis. I've done this type of report before, specifically looking at a project very similar design. It's not a Sam's, but it's the Clean Wheels Auto. It's on Stansel Drive, which is an access road off Highway 54 as you go into Chapel Hill, right at Barbie Chapel Road. Very similar setup. It has the pull through, everything else. The difference there is that while it's in highway commercial and it fronts on a commercial highway, it also backs up to a residential community. And that one, I've looked at a lot of residential uses in proximity to commercial car washes. In this case, I'm looking at a shopping center out parcel, a pair of shopping center out parcels, and I'm looking at all my adjoining uses being commercial, and all the residential uses actually have other commercial uses between them and this proposed facility. So any impact that you would be looking at, again, this property is effectively screened by a shopping center, a veterinarian clinic, and another freestanding out parcel commercial building right there along Campbell Road. So again, if there's any impact you would look at from a commercial use towards that, I would be looking more towards the shopping center impact or that other commercial building. But again, just looking at some of the previous research I've looked at and looking at even further in Cary, you can see car washes. I've done a number of American Pride car washes, which is a different scenario, but it's a car wash. Again, I can find, let's see, we have a bunch of them here, but American Pride at Kilmaine, familiar with that one.
I'm just talking, honestly, I don't care about other car washes. I just care about why you chose not to look at outside of the adjoining property.
And the answer is that it is surrounded by commercial uses, and it's basically walled off by commercial uses.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to talk about those residential uses and the relation and these other facilities if you'd like.
That's it. Okay.
Other questions, comments?
My question for Mr. Kirkland, looking at this map here before you, which was the actual photograph overview, are these the building? Is this the shopping center building here that I'm pointing to on the east side of the shopping center along Campbell that you were talking to about, and then the buildings here on the shopping center that were actually between the Sam's parcel and the residential properties on Campbell Road?
Yes, correct. And effectively, when you stand on the property, I guess I should use the pointer if I can find it. If you stand over here and where the landscaping screen is going to be, you can look down Campbell Road and see the houses. But when you stand over in here, there's a building between you and that. So there you've got the Domino's Pizza right here. It's going to block that. You've got down here, you've got the grocery store, you've got, I think Barry's is right there. you know, these other commercial uses, these are all between those residential uses. The mini storage facilities going here. There's some old houses over in here. And again, this is the Gentle Care Animal Clinic. And again, looking right across, there's commercial buildings that essentially circle this property.
Also, shifting gears to your first question, Ms. Bush, Mr. Floyd has gone back and looked back in, because he's got his laptop, a draft TIA to confirm his assumptions were circulated to the expert witnesses, to me and the expert witnesses, on June 4th. And so that is the date that Mr. Kirkland would have had access to the draft report. And Mr. Floyd wanted to confirm that the assumptions that were in there and the modeling was accurate. That's why it was circulated in draft form beforehand on June 4th.
Okay, thank you.
You got a third question? I'm sorry.
No, I think that was it. I combined the first two.
Okay, all right.
Questions, comments?
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I'll close the public comment portion.
May I just generally summarize?
Sure. I'm sorry. You asked to do that. I forgot.
I just wanted to make sure. Wish we could rewind the clock and go back to the December hearing, but can't do that now. But we are where we are, and we are with a site plan review with 6 criteria in your ordinance, which you well know, and it's been highlighted previously by the immediately preceding Custard. So I won't belabor the point, but I do want to highlight staff's observations and the evidence that we provided to show the evidence we provided, because you have to find whether there's evidence that we presented to meet each of those requirements. The first being that the plan complies with all applicable requirements of this ordinance, including all applicable town specifications and official plans and manuals and documents adopted by the town. As Mr. Hales pointed out in his staff observation number 1, the applicant has addressed staff's review comments pertaining to the developments of the design standards of Chapter 7 and 8 of the LDO. So by Mr. Hales' testimony and his observations, we have satisfied all of the requirements of criteria number 1. 2, the plan adequately protects other property or residential uses located on the same property from the potential adverse effects of the proposed development. You know, not only do we have an MII appraiser who's the only expert that has testified, and so you have one expert's testimony in the record and nothing to contradict that expert. I think we also need to look at the totality of the area and where it is located and the shopping center and the layout of the buildings, as illustrated by the photographs that are in the record, by the maps that I've presented to you, and looking at the area. Together, that evidence in its entirety shows that there is no adverse effect under the opinion of the appraiser, and that there are buildings and sight lines that are obstructed and blocked, as well as the increased landscaping that will serve as screening to ensure that there is no adverse impact on other properties. 3, the plan provides harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties. We've talked about the clustering of the vehicular uses next door to Briggs Plus, across from a Circle K, and other vehicle uses already in the area, noting that this is also an out parcel of an existing shopping center, and it is adjacent, across the street from Campbell, from an industrial zoned parcel that's going to be a 3-story, at least 3-story self-storage facility. All goes to the point that this plan provides harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties. The only point Mr. Hales has pointed out is the palette, which is different. We think it is more neutral, but we, again, are amenable to trying to change that palette if we need to make sure that the colors are compatible, even though we think the neutrality of the current proposal and the modern design certainly satisfies that condition. The plan provides safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists and prevents the dangerous arrangement of pedestrian and vehicular ways. We've presented evidence by the only traffic expert testimony that you have before you. And his analysis 5, the plan provides safe ingress and egress. This has been reviewed by the emergency personnel of the town, and they've expressed no concerns. And 6 of the plan provides mitigation of traffic congestion impacts reasonably expected by the generation of the project. Again, the only evidence you have before you is the report by Mr. Travis Fluitt and a detailed, extensive analysis over and above what is often provided and usually provided, but we were glad to provide showing satisfaction of that criteria as well. So given that the evidence on the 6 criteria has been satisfied and not rebutted, and that we have, and looking at the entire area, that these are out parcels from the shopping center, and we have the only real estate analysis here showing that it does not have an impact on adjacent properties, and that further out there are buildings and trees and landscaping that would further obstruct any impact. We respectfully state that we have met all the requirements of the ordinance and our evidentiary burden, and given the scope of the review, as unpleasant as it may appear, we ask that you approve the site plan that we have presented in this case. Glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Stires. Any more questions or comments before we go in the motion phase?
Let's make one comment about this, is that we're here because there's probably a difference of opinion that we considered that it's a drive-through, and I think I would like to that be clarified with our LDO for future, to whether it's, you know, if you put your car in neutral, if you had a car wash and you just parked and they came out and washed your car, we wouldn't even be here. But the question is because they're driving through, and I think I'd like for us to examine that a little more deeply and make sure we're clear in the future so we don't have I'd like the issue to be straightened out, because it seems to be a difference in opinion on that.
Mr. George, that's something we can look at as we're looking at the quasi-judicial process.
Great, thank you.
I would just say that if I had to err on is it or isn't it, I would say it is, given that you have to drive up to it and then the car goes through the building. So just a couple brief comments. I think I've heard the applicant now say it 4 or 5 times, referring to the 90,000 square foot industrial storage unit. That came to us with a lot of conditions to make it not look like a storage unit that's actually going to look like an office building, and is a hell of a lot less impactful to the surrounding community than this car wash is going to be. Secondly, the reason we care about brick colors and aesthetics and things is so we don't get something that looks like that. A bright yellow and purple Sam's Car Wash. So keep that in mind.
No, please.
I have a question. Don, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. So, Mr. Hales, you brought up 2 points. One is that the landscaping on the internal to the site is skimpy, and 2, that the pedestrian provisions are really not that meaningful. Are those items that will be addressed again in your development review process, or are you making those as statements of showing that the applicant has not satisfied a certain criteria?
Making observations on the efficacy or impact of the changes on the site. There was no requirement that they do that pedestrian connection through the middle of the site. That was in response to council concerns about the fuel canopy and the car wash being disconnected. Mm-hmm. And the additional landscaping was the amount of asphalt on the site, and they added additional landscaping.
And you're basically just questioning how meaningful it is.
I was simply observing what what those changes look like.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what we can do with that information.
There were a few landscaping comments left, and they've been addressed, such as shifting we had them shift the row of vehicular use screening up the hill instead of planting at the bottom of the hill, because it's going to be much more effective for screening at the top. So there were some changes. There were some gaps in the streetscape. Matter of fact, you can see it right here, that have been closed in the latest revision, which we didn't have prior to preparing the staff report and presentation. So.
Okay. So there's really nothing that we can do with any of your comments. It's not like that's going to be addressed further in your development review.
It is substantially in compliance with the requirements of the LDO and other applicable documents. There are some outstanding comments which we are working through, lighting levels, but nothing that would affect the layout or the change. Nothing substantive.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other comments, questions before?
Yeah, well, I want to kind of piggyback a little bit about what Mr. France said. This is my district. It's always a disappointment. You know, I've always tried to look at all the areas that come into town, and especially with redevelopment, you know, how can we make those, instead of looking like a tired, worn out place. It's so disappointing to still have that little sliver of land in front, but I guess time will take care of that. And I'm not going to go through all the discussions we've had about the constraints we have with the quasi-judicial, but I really, really want to emphasize that you've made the offer on color. You know, we don't need a circus. Okay, this is the entrance to Cary. We put a lot of effort into that storage center, and if you go up there now, you were talking about only 3 or 4 houses there. If you just go up the street now, if you did your survey in about probably 2 or 3 more weeks, you got 40 or 50 units coming. I mean, the whole area is changing, and it's one of our areas in. You know, thank you for the landscaping. I appreciate that. And I do have a soft spot for the color red, but that's not a muted color. But please work with the staff. They know the surroundings. They know what we've been putting in. This is one of the areas that's under siege coming into Cary. A lot of that area is farther down. Every little piece of out parcel that's left, you know, wants to be the next new drive-through or something else like that. That's the challenge we have, because just next to Swift Creek, I'm directionally challenged. You've got like 5,000 units from Raleigh that could care less of what they look like, and they're coming up. They're now up to our borders. So help us there. You understand the tensions that were involved with this, and I just hope that you'll work with us, and we're going to hold you to that offer about it. And I don't want to get into colors. You know, that's just something I think. Look for consistency. Look for the things that have worked well. Striking that balance between beige and boring. You know?
Not beige.
I know. I'm going to lose that one, so I'm not going to even use the B word. But just understand that, and any comments I have about the process in that.
The staff has made it very clear to us that we need to use very neutral colors.
Yeah.
And so the site plan specifies Taylor Clay Light 220 as the light gray, Taylor Gray 322 brick as the darker gray, and Pantone PM18 as the color. If staff asks us in the construction drawings to match the brick next door at the self-storage unit, we can do that.
You know, I don't want to be the color police and all that, but I do think what we're trying to avoid is just what was shown by Mr. France. That is just not you know, in entrances to Cary. And, you know, I'd like to see the day as this growth continues to catch up to that intersection. We've tried to work hard with that development, those various developers, and there's more coming. So we want to make sure that that entrance, which has been kind of left untouched for 30 years, you know, is starting to see a rebirth.
The other issue, if I may, is that this is the first Sam's, but there's a tremendous demand for car washes, and Sam's has an aggressive growth pattern and plan. We hope to come back and propose other Sam's in Cary. So the first one we do has to be done really, really well, because you're going to hold us accountable for what we do here. We recognize that, and we commit to this council that you will be proud of the project that we put together at this location.
Any other questions, comments?
I just have one last comment, and then just get it out of my system. Our hands are really tied, and I know that this use is already an approved use, and the only reason it's really here is because of the drive-through, and we all know that. And I also know that if we were considering something like a daycare or something else where there were people on site and there was contaminated or potential contamination, we would be up in arms, right? And we would stake our positions, our jobs as representatives on this, right? So, but that unfortunately is something that we cannot consider with respect to this, right? So I am considering it based on the use and what the request does, and with the, admonition of you all sitting here at the table that you will do everything you said you will do, and that it will fit within the scope of the beautiful office-like storage facility that's next to us, and the fact that this is a grand entrance, one of the grand entrances into Cary.
All right, we'll now close the public comment portion of the hearing, open it up for motions, or a motion on the proposed development plan.
Here on the right page. I'll do it, if that's okay, if I find the right page. I make a motion to approve the development plan for the reasons discussed. I move that we approve the proposed development plan with conditions as stated below, as it meets all of the approval criteria set forth in section 3.9.2I of the LDO. This approval is conditioned upon the following. The applicant must satisfactorily address all remaining development review committee comments on the master plan set submitted for signature, and I'll refrain from any color of brick.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Gonna do what I know you were.
Going once.
Second.
Second.
God, pisses me.
Discussion.
I wasn't gonna do it.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Everything in order, Ms. Silverstein?
Relatively.
Relatively. We'll close the public hearing. We have no other items on our agenda. I would entertain a motion
To adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.